Well, good morning from Warner Park. As we look out, the conditions are excellent, brilliant sunshine, bright blue skies. Of course, that was not the situation earlier this morning when we had some showers and play being delayed for quite some time. And now we are expecting a 11:30 start with lunch at 12:45, and then we resume at 1:25, going up to 3:40 when we'll have tea, and the last session from 4 to just about 5:30, and they're trying to get in at least a minimum of 76 overs in the day's play. And I say good morning to Gary Pemberton, who has joined me.
Good morning to you, Earl Spitton, and good morning to listeners as we see the umpires are making the way into the middle. Bright sunshine in stark contrast to this morning. We had a heavy downpour, and that would have delayed play somewhat. So play is about to start, and the TNT Red Force team will start in a very commanding position. They are 326 for 3, and the two batsmen in the middle, Jason Mohammed and De Silva, both scoring centuries, and we want to continue today on what has been a very, very placid track here at Warner Park, and Red Force will want to continue batting as long as possible.
And not just placid, Gary. We saw just a few minutes ago the heavy roller being applied to the track, so that of course would make it even more docile. And we had some 79.3 overs yesterday, which meant that we fell short by some 10.3 overs. Of course, we had some interruption yesterday. Players had to leave the field yesterday just before lunch, just about 11 minutes before lunch, due to some smoke coming from the Kim Collins Highway area. And for those of you who are familiar with St. Kitts, that is an area just below the airport, the Robert Llewellyn Bratchers Airport. And the smoke coming all the way from that area. Of course, yesterday being very windy, it came down into Warner Park. And in fact, later on in the afternoon, play had to be halted for some 50 minutes. I think that was just after tea. And play had to be halted because it was the return of the smoke. And then later on in the afternoon, we would have had some shows which curtail play. So essentially, we ended up 10 overs and 3 deliveries short yesterday, Gary. And what impact that would have on the game is left to be seen. But it's Go is completing his over. He has bowled 1 delivery, so just another 2 deliveries left in this over. And it would be the 88th over completed. And this one is stayed down to backward point by the Silver, and there's no run. So 326 it is for 3, Trinidad and Tobago. Question is, what would be the approach today? Both batsmen set on 100. Full pitch delivery, played down to long on. And just a single. So Gary, Trinidad and Tobago, no doubt would be looking to push on a bit. Of course, the two batsmen on a century, they would be looking to settle in first. There's no doubt they would be looking for a massive total.
Yes, and as they would have done in the previous matches, they would have won those matches quite handsomely, and they would want to continue. And we will see Cornwall, who has been the most successful of the bowlers, 2 for 75 from his 21 overs. That was yesterday. And the other wicket taker was Daniel Durham. He had 1 for 99 from 22 overs, but he would want a much better and a tighter spell of bowling from all of his bowlers today, because yesterday we saw on occasion where the bowlers were straining line and length, and they were punished. So they want to keep things tighter this morning for starters and probably get an early wicket.
Your ball is due, Gary. It's not been taken. 8 overs completed. And Cornwall opting to start the attack from the far end. Your thoughts on that?
Well, it's. I guess he wanted to see if there's if the pitch might have changed overnight. So he's bringing himself in from the far end and see if he can pick up an early wicket.
Being very hopeful, Gary. I suspect he seemed to have been the most effective bowler yesterday for the Leeward Islands, Cornwall, and he would have picked up those 2 wickets. I don't think that he would have thought that the pitch would have changed, as this one is stayed into the offside down to backward point. Carty comes in from off the boundary. And the single, don't think though you would have thought that it would have changed. Cornwall, of course, is very familiar with the Warner Park track, and this perhaps is probably the most docile we have seen the Warner Park track for some time. Of course, we have had good, especially in the T20 and one-day fixtures, we have had some good cricketing tracks here. But certainly for this 4-day match, I mean, some people would not agree with me. Certainly this one has been prepared to the extreme. This one is parted away by Mohammed. And being over number 81 being bowled by Cornwall. This one spins into Mohammed. Getting a bit of turn there, but slow turn. And Mohammed had lots of time in which to play that one. This one is further up to the batsman who's driving into the onside and picks up his first run of the day.
And Henry was placed in that position to they'll take the catch if the ball leave the bat in the air, but also to stop any single, and he wasn't able to do that and were able to go to for a run. So the feeling also has to be tighter if you want to exert some pressure on these 2 batsmen who have been there for batting since yesterday. So the Leewards would want to keep things as tight as possible, and you want to feel well, you want to back up the bowlers as best as you can. So it seems as though Daniel Doran will be bowling from the immediate centre end. So they have decided to start with the spinners, see if they can break this partnership that has been going since 114. So an excellent partnership. So at least, well, 215, the partnership between these 2 for the 4th wicket. An excellent stand.
Oh yes, certainly. And what has been good for Trinidad and Tobago also, Gary, is that they have maintained over 4 runs per over their scoring rate, which is very good in 4-day cricket. And that explains why at the end of the day yesterday, even with just some 79.3 overs, they were able to get up to 329 as he draws away and forces up to cover. Just a single.
A loosener. Should have been punished.
Should have been. And Mohammed just picking up a run. The extras have been good though, Gary. Out of a total of 330, the board is showing just some 6 extras.
Yeah, 4 leg byes, 1 no ball and 1 wide.
This one is up in the black hole once more from Durham. Goes into the onside, and the Silva is thinking of a second. Mohammed is not interested. Just 3rd run.
So he played it to the right of the field at mid-wicket. That's Mikhail Louis had some running to do down towards the deep back of the square area. Maybe he thought he could have put some pressure and come back for the 2nd one.
Driven. But straight to extra cover, no run. Yesterday, Trinidad and Tobago, they would have lost Cooper was leg before to Durham for 14. Scores 27 at that stage. Short and pulled into the onside. And it goes down to Whitish long on. And Joseph comes around, fields well. Just a single. With the score on 71, the Trinidad and Tobago lost their second wicket. Mohan, the Scott Walsh, bowled Cornwall 22. And at 114, Jango was batting quite well. He gave it away. He was caught at mid-on, caught Joseph. Bowled Cornwall for 60. Silver plays it nicely down to long on. Just a single. Go comes from off the boundary. So at tea yesterday, Trinidad and Tobago were 240 for 3. Mohammed was on 74. And the silver was on 64. As the over comes to an end at the end of over number 82. It's 331 for 3. And just to complete, silver at tea yesterday was 64. And at the end of the day, Trinidad and Tobago 326 from 79.3 overs, with Mohammed 104 not out and the silver 120 not out. Cornwall at that stage, as Gary would have mentioned earlier, 2 for 75 and Durham 1 for 99. But spin will continue from the far end. Single down to long on. It's really pleasant then, now, Gary.
Yes, the sun has come out nice, and it's nice and hot. It's still a good breeze though blowing across the outfield, so that should do the players good.
And not only the players, as he turns this one into the onside for single, whatever little moisture might have remained on the ground, that would certainly evaporate quickly with the strong breeze and the sun out in all its glory. Warner Park track, of course, a quick drying ground. Tap down to backward point. They're quickly back for a second run. As the return has gone completely astray. It was backed up in the onside by Joseph in the mid-wicket region. And 2 easy runs in the end. Bowlers, though, would have disappointed the Leeward Islands captain yesterday. Walsh in particular. Had a very bad day yesterday. Bowled a number of full tosses and short deliveries. And was punished. At one point, Jango took 16 off. In fact, I think that was his first over. As this over comes to an end. It's 338 for 3. And the Red Force batsmen, they continue to look very comfortable.
Yes, and in terms of the field placing, I think that some of the fielders are a bit too deep. If you can probably bring in, there was Carty down on the backward point boundary, and they were able to just push the ball into the offside and get a single. If you want to keep a little pressure on the batters, even though they have been there for some time, you still want to keep things tight and don't give them too many easy runs early on in the day.
Yes, I totally agree with you. This is a fresh start, a new day, and the batsmen, of course, would have to resettle. And that's the point at which the Leeward Islands team could easily pick up a wicket, but instead Durham continues to go short, and he's pulled through the straightish mid-wicket region for 4. And this has been one of the shortcomings of the Leeward Island bowlers yesterday, especially the spinners being too short. You cannot afford to be short on this Warner Park track.
Yeah, a bad delivery and was punished, and Doran continued to pitch the ball too short and giving the batsman enough time to just get in the wicket and pull it away for 4. Not much pace out created by the spinner.
Shortish again, and this one is steered into the offside by the silver. So the silver has gone to 132. It was 120 overnight. And I'm pretty certain he has plans to fill his pockets here today. Good batting track. Too short again.
I think that Captain Cornwall would want to rethink his strategy. I think he should go for the new ball because nothing is really happening with the spinners at this point in time. I think he should try and go for get the new ball.
Really thought that he would have taken it immediately, because up to the end of yesterday, the spinners were not posing too many problems. In fact, in general, they were very expensive. And I thought that early o'clock he would have done that with the batsman, fresh to the crease for today. We start in the innings, but he opted to go otherwise as the silver picks up another single. The over comes to an end. End of over number... In fact, no, there's one delivery left in the over. So we're in over number 84. One delivery to go. And this is better. Taking on the pad. The appeal goes up. Durham is imploring the umpire, Jacqueline Williams, to put up a finger, but she remained unmoved.
We would have to look at it on the monitors. It seemed a bit close from this vantage point. And the umpire is in the best position, indicated that
that looks very close, guys.
That's looking close. That could have been... That would have been referred.
Most definitely.
And Durham was very confident that he had the batter Mohammed chopped in front, but the umpire is in the best position, indicated not out, so the Leewards will have to try once more.
It was a good delivery though. The one with the arm which came back. Mohammed, oh my goodness, was very close indeed.
Yep, that was close. But Cornwall will continue from that far end.
So no ball.
Not as yet.
345 for 3. Leewards would have to be very careful here. There's a thing that is referred to as scoreboard pressure. And, the bigger the target, but some would tell you that it's a good batting track. And the Leeward Islands batsmen should look forward to batting on it also. No devils in the track, but as Carlisle rightly said yesterday, the Trinidad and Tobago has a very good bowling attack, as this one is turned into the onside by the silver. And Joseph Fields, and there's no run. So Pierre, who has picked up some 21 wickets for the season so far for Trinidad and Tobago, had hauls of 8 wickets and 7 wickets. In fact, in one match, he would have picked up some 12 wickets. They get a quick single. So, that is why I would certainly agree with you, Gary, that from the start of the day's play, the Leeward Islands should have looked to put some more pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batting. In fact, they seem to be bent on defending. Gets a single down to backward point. Carty's quickly around. And 1-0 to the score. So that would have been the best point at which to try and apply some pressure to the Trinidad and Tobago batting. Now the two batters seem to have settled in, and it makes it even more difficult.
Yes, and it is going to continue with Durham, who has not really pitched well so far in the morning. He has bowled a couple of loose deliveries, so we have seen Jamal Hamilton having a quiet word with his captain. Maybe he's encouraging him to get one of his pieces into the attack and try and get the new ball and see if he can break this partnership that has been going now for in excess of 200 runs in terms of the partnership. And these two batters seem not to be in trouble.
Yes, I mean, for a couple overs, one would have thought that from the moment the new ball became due, you would have looked to try something different. The spinners were very ineffective yesterday, too short at most times. Cornwall, of course, being the best of the spinners, he would have picked up 2 wickets. But he's in charge. Over pitched again. This is another full pitch delivery. And just a single this time. Lucky to get away with just a single. Mohammed picking up another run. And goes to 1-1-1. And it's now 348 for 3. So
And now you're starting a field for bad bowling. You're putting a fielder right down on the cover corner, and there's a vacant mid-wicket area. So easy run in the onside. I think the bowler should be encouraged to bowl a tighter line rather than setting a field for that short, long hop delivery.
yes, you have backward square back on the boundary, mid-wicket on the boundary, and also long on back on the boundary. And those are the fielders on the onside. There's this big yawning gap on the onside. So the batsman could easily just push into the onside and pick up 2. Bowler would have to cover quite a bit of ground. Fairly good delivery this time. Defended. And the over comes to an end. And it's 348 for 3.
Yeah, so it's slow going, quiet going here this morning after a late start due to the heavy showers that we had this morning. But the Leeward certainly doesn't look purposeful this morning. They have come out and things just seem to be continuing casually. They're setting the field placing is the fielders are set a bit too deep, and no pressure being applied to the batters. Cornwall, the captain, will continue from that far end. I'm sure it won't be long before we see Azara Joseph being given an opportunity to try and break this partnership and maybe use a new ball.
Well, let's hope that this happens. We'll just have to wait and see. Cornwall at the moment has other ideas. And one gets the impression that the Leeward Islands, they're playing a waiting game. They are hoping that a wicket falls. There was one opportunity so far, though. We saw Durham striking Mohammed on the pads. Seemed to be a very close decision, but went in favor of the batsman. As Mohammed picks up another easy single.
So easy single. If the ball is going to be spinning into the right-handed batsman, then you need to have the fielder short on the onside rather than down on the back of the square fence if you're going to be bowling that tight line.
This time he's steering down towards third man and should get at least 2. So runs come in quite easily for Trinidad and Tobago. They have now progressed to, in fact, that will bring up the 50, those 2 runs, 351 for 3. 350 coming up in the 87th over. Now the peel as the silver looks to work it into the onside. Carl Tuckett remained unmoved. Going down the onside, of course.
Coming off the tight pad, maybe.
Yeah, probably. But as you rightly said, Gary, though, the pressure has not been applied by the Leeward Islands team. They probably just looked at the scoreboard this morning when they went out and decided, well, it's a huge total so far, and we are going to try and defend the boundaries. And of course, not always the best approach, because they could still do some damage limitation at this point if they can pick up some wickets. One play to square. Just a single. So yes, once you pick up a couple wickets, once the Leeward Islands pick up a couple wickets, they could, restrict the scoring. And rather than facing 500 plus, it might just be 400 plus.
Yes, so the Leewards would have to be careful. There's no sign, no indication that they're going to be breaking this partnership anytime soon. And if the Red Force can get up to 400 runs, that certainly will put pressure on the Leewards batting, even though it's a good batting strip. And we know our batters are not very good players of spin bowling. And if the Trinidad bowl, you have Carey Pear and you have Karaya, those, I'm sure that the Trinidad team will feel like they can put some pressure on the Leewards batting when they get a chance to bat.
You also have Seals, who over the last couple seasons seem to have improved as an international bowler, as a test bowler for the West Indies. So, he, with his experience, despite the track being docile, should be able to get something out of it and probably trouble the Leeward Islands batsmen. So the Leeward Islands could be up against it. And with a huge total on the board, Trinidad and Tobago, of course, could be very attacking for most parts. So Leeward certainly would have to be careful. Here, and instead of playing the waiting game, they should go in the other direction and try to get wickets. 353 for 3. That is indeed a huge total. Partnership of some 259 between these two.
And with the getting to 350, they are now gain themselves an extra batting point, so they now will be picking up 3 batting points from getting in excess of 350.
Yeah, certainly. This one stayed down to a backward point, well fielded there by Cornwall. Suspect that Trinidad and Tobago would be looking to bat for most of the day. We have a minimum of 76 overs to be played today. And here is Mohammed defending, and it goes into the onside and no run. So in terms of declaration, Gary, don't know if Trinidad and Tobago will be thinking in short term in terms of declaration. I'm pretty certain that they will be looking to get the score as near as possible to some 500 runs and then apply the pressure.
Yes, I think they will try and bat as long as possible. Once the Leewards, they are not dismissed, and try and put pressure on the Leewards. You have 2 days after today. Even though we would have lost some time already, I think there's still enough time remaining in the game for an outright victory, providing that the Leewards, if the Leewards bat well, then that's a different story.
Yeah, definitely. They would have to bat well, especially first time around. Leeward Islands would have to bat well, and in the existing conditions, I see no reason why they can't bat well. But scoreboard pressure, of course, does some strange things to batsmen. Cornwall is continuing, and no new ball in sight yet. Turned up to square leg by the silver. Joseph is there. And another easy single. The opportunity was there to use the new ball early up, but now you have 2 batsmen who are well set again. And let's say you try and bring this new ball another 2-3 overs. The batsmen, of course, will have the advantage. It's a slow track. They're well set. And it makes it a lot easier for the batsmen at the crease to face this new ball, Gary.
Yes, yes, definitely. I think though that Cornwall has been bowling a bit too short. The turn is slow. The batsmen have enough time to go back onto the back foot and just work it around the corner for some easy singles. And he would want to bring the batters forward rather than allowing them to go onto the back foot and just play easily into the onside. So he'll have to look at the way he's bowling in terms of his length.
Yes, this track is very slow, of course, so the pace at which you bowl and the length are very critical. You cannot afford to be bowling too short and not bowling at the right pace, because it makes it easy pickings for the batsman. The run continues though. And he is shortish and punched away, just a single though.
His last over was a maiden, so maybe the captain thinking that he's coming into his own and give him another couple of overs and see what could happen. But nothing is happening in terms of any pressure on the Red Force batters.
I think they need wickets at this point as opposed to maidens. And of course, maidens of course could apply pressure to the batsman, but they're very comfortable at the moment. Here we go again, too short, pulled away. And it's kept inside the boundary there by Joseph with some fancy footwork. And they're just 2 runs. Better delivery.
That's 2. If they hustle quick enough, they can get 2. Shoot. But Louis quickly in. But you have the feeler down on the cover boundary. You have a long off, and then you have the 3 feelers on the onside there on the boundary. So you're giving up some easy runs. I think
well, for the silver at least, for Mohammed, he comes into a short mid-wicket. So Durham trying a defensive front there from Mohammed. This one is driven up to cover. And it's fielded there by Henry. There's no run. Better delivery this time. Defended by Mohammed. Length was right, the pace was right, and Mohammed was forced to defend.
Yes, he has been able to get that good line and good length on occasion, but he needs to be more consistent. And the previous delivery that he bowled was a bit outside the off stump. The batsman Mohammed went into the drive. It left the bat somewhat in the air, but went down to extra cover. So you need to keep that center and off stump line, because you want to make use of the 2 feelers, the feeler especially at extra cover, because if you're getting the ball to spin away from the right hand and you're driving, and you don't get over it, the feeler at extra cover can come into action.
So we have had 90 overs, and yet no sign of the new ball. And perhaps there's no thought of the new ball at this moment by Cornwall. Short, flatter, but quicker also. And they pushed into the offside for a run. That was shortish, but the pace at which it was bowled, the batsman didn't have enough time to pull it into the onside or cut it away for a boundary.
So the fielder's slip has been placed in the leg slip position. That's Vice Captain Hayden Walsh.
Walsh so far has been very disappointing. His bowling has been very disappointing. Quietly played by Mohammed. Ball trickles back up the track. And it's Louis who picks up and flicks back to his captain. Mohammed is stepping out, using his feet. The peel goes up. Some distance down the track. Seem to have been taken on the pad. Might have been an inside edge onto the pad too. But it's a stifled appeal there by the Leeward Island players.
Come in, Jim.
And Mohammed is sweeping this time. And gets a single.
An offline delivery to bring up the end of that over number 91, so which means we have had some 11.3 overs for the morning, and we have not seen any evidence that the captain is going to be bringing the Pacers into the attack, and so things are going easily for the Red Force team. They have progressed to 361, they started at 326, so they have added some 35 runs already.
These two batsmen are playing though, Gary, suggests to me that they're not prepared to give away their wickets quite easily. And if anything, the Leeward Islands bowlers would have to try and get them out. And at this point, we don't see how that is going to happen that easily. For probably the first time now, the run rate has dropped below 4. It's now at 3.97. With some use of the feet, coming forward and playing to short mid-wicket. So perhaps being able to keep things a bit quiet, the Leeward Islands. It is on the back foot this time, but has enough time to push it into the offside. A few tourists coming in to look at the game. Tossed up on the stumps, driven down to long on, just a single. Just to remind listeners, we had a late start. We had some showers this morning. Play started at 11:30. Lunch would be taken at 12:45. And then we come back at 1:25 and go up to 3:40. And the last session will be from 4 to 5:30. And they're looking at getting in at least a minimum of 76 overs in the day's play. So another over of spin comes to an end. And it's 362 for 3.
So Duran, 6 overs for the day, have caused some 18 runs, and Cornwall will continue from the far end. So you had just about 35 minutes of play. Nothing untoward happening in terms of the pitch. No pressure on the Red Force batters, and the Leeward's team seem just to be going through the motion. And Captain Cornwall will continue, and the 2 batters for the Red Force team also will continue batting. And if things continue to be easy for the Red Force team, I'm sure they will continue to put on the pressure on the Leewards in terms of the runs on the scoreboard.
At the end of this over, of course, you'll be joined by Carlisle as the silver gets it into the offside. Does not get a run though. Goes straight to mid-off where Joseph is stationed. Turned into the onside. Spinners though, these 2 spinners though, they have been able to reduce the run rate a bit. Whipped into the onside. It goes straight to, in fact, it's Joseph who's there at mid-wicket. He fields and there's no run. Draws away forces, but straight to extra cover. Joel Andrews there, he feels well. Here's another easy single. And certainly Gary, this is an opportune time for the Leeward Islands, for some of the Leeward Islands batsmen, Mikhail Louis, for example, Case Carty, to get some runs under their belt.
Yes.
We know Joel Andrews had 2 half centuries so far, and Jamal Hamilton, he has had a couple of half centuries also. He's in good form. So when they get their turn to bat, the Leeward Islands, no doubt would be hoping to put up a good showing. But I'll take my leave at this point and say good morning to Carlisle, who will join you in a moment.
So the over has been completed, and during that over we saw the 250 partnership between these two coming up in 388 balls. A very good 4th-wicket partnership for the Red Force team, and Doran has been kept into the attack. Another bad delivery which has been punished for 4, as Carlisle has joined us for the first time in the morning. Good morning, Carlisle.
It's a wonderful morning now.
Or afternoon. It's already 12 o'clock.
Sun is out in all its glory, and Trinidad and Tobago continue to make good ground at 368 for 3.
So these 2 batters for the Red Force team continue to do well. As they indicated, the partnership is now in excess of 250, and that certainly will be putting pressure on the Leeward batters. And Doran has continued all morning, and as he did yesterday, serving up some long up deliveries, and the batters, and with that single, it seems as though the 150 for the captain of the Red Force team has come up. So 150 in 210 deliveries. A good knock by the captain, playing an excellent captain's knock.
Very good knock, and this is what we expect batsmen to do. You come to bat, you have to make use of the opportunities presented to you. The pitch has been flat, but the bowling has not been inspiring either. Short again.
Just forced into the offside. So, as I said, Doran has been bowling a bit too short. Even Cornwall at times has been bowling a bit too short as well. They're not bringing the batters forward. We saw in the previous over here, he bowled a couple of deliveries which was pitched just on about the off stump, and he brought the batsman Mohammed forward, a bit tentative, and that's where you want. That's the line and length you would want to bowl to the batters. And so De Silva continued to bat well, so he's making good use of a placid pitch here at Warner Park, bringing up his 150, and we'll have to find out if that is his highest score in the regional competition. I'm sure we'll get that information for you. A full delivery, another full delivery delivered by Durham, not punished, pulls it down to the fielder at mid-wicket to bring up the end of another over, and at the end of it 371 for 5, and the partnership continues to go.
Yes, you will meet pitches like these, hopefully not too often, Gary, because this one is a flat track. No great deal of turn. Bounce is not going to cause any worry for the batsmen. But we did see Doran get a delivery to Mohammed a couple of overs ago, where he had it pitched right. It was the change-up delivery, coming back in slightly, hit Mohammed on the pads. And listen, for all my money, that must have been crashing into the stumps. But the umpire said not out. There is no review system, and so not out it is. This is going to always be heartbreaking for bowlers, because when you meet a flat pitch like this and you get an opportunity and you get an impact like that on the replay, it seemed to have been in front. The umpire said not out. What you have to do is dig in and go again. You can't keep moaning about that. You got to get going.
So we saw a conversation between the captain and Alzara Joseph and also Jamal Hamilton. So it seems as though the umpires brought out the new ball. So you might see the new ball be taken pretty soon. So Alzara Joseph most likely be coming from the media center end. But Cornwall will continue from that far end. 371 for 3.
New ball
So the
is
new ball has been
Yeah.
taken. So Cornwall has decided he will take the new ball himself. So he will be bowling from that far end, and hopefully we will should be seeing Alzari Joseph from the media center end.
Well, I'll tell you something. I have a very experienced cricket person who sent me a message some time ago and suggested that Alzari and Cornwall should take the new ball.
And a long hop in terms of a delivery. First with the new ball, almost dropping at the boot of Cornwall, and it was just played down into the offside for a single. Fortunate to get away with that.
Probably tried to bowl a faster ball and slip from his grasp. We can confirm that this 152 is Da Silva's highest score in this competition.
So the second delivery with the new ball has been swept away for a single. And things continue to go well for Red Force, 373. So highest score by the Silver in the regional competition, coming here to Warner Park. Cornwall is taking the pad. A lot of appeal is given out. A confident appeal from Cornwall. He was coming forward, he was stuck on the pad. The appeal was long and vociferous, and Carly Tuckett took his own time and then raised the dreaded finger. So the partnership has been broken. The captain has been dismissed. LBW to Cornwall. As you look at it on the monitor, he was coming forward, take on the back pad in front of the stumps. And Cornwall has gotten the breakthrough with the new ball. And the Silver has been dismissed, 373 for 4. A good knock has come to an end by the captain of the Red Force team.
Very good knock, very good partnership, and Da Silva bringing up his highest first-class score, 152. And, you know, really important inning for him and important inning for Trinidad and Tobago. What was a little bit funny there, Jamal Hamilton is always going to be the life of the party. And there was his standing up by the stumps at the striker's end, having a little jovial conversation with Mohammed and saying that was you just were not given. And we are fortunate because the stump mic is at this end, so if you listen closely enough you could hear that. But here we're looking at the replay again. Oh, that is dead for all money.
Yeah, so he just playing down the wrong line, and the ball just went straight through, and it was struck on the back pad. So the partnership has been broken after a partnership of some 259 runs. Very, very good partnership, and that partnership has put the Red Force team in a very strong position. So the new batter for the Red Force is Yannick Carrier, and so he has replaced his captain. And Jason Mohammed is still there. He's in his third century for this year's competition. And we're hoping that he can get some support from the new batter Carrier. But Cornwall will want to continue to pick up wickets. So he has picked up some 3 wickets so far. 3 for 96 in his 29th over. And this is the first over with the second new ball. And he was able to pick up a wicket with the third delivery of the new ball, or with the second new ball. Got the captain LBW for 152. So for the new batter we have a slip, there's a leg slip, there's a point, there's a extra cover, a mid-off, and a cover. On the onside we have a mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a fielder down at back was square. So let us see what will be the line and length for Cornwall to the new batter. Dead ball has been signaled as Cornwall did not deliver. So the left-handed carrier, Alzari Joseph, is at the leg slip. Carrier will get a single as he just came onto the front foot. The ball came from the inner portion of the bat. So Carrier is off the mark with that single. So the important partnership has been broken by the captains. The captain of the Leewards, getting the captain of the Red Force team after he would have made 152. He batted well on what has been a good batting strip. No bother for the batters so far. So for Mohammed, the fielder has been asked to go down on the back of the square fence. on the onside. We get an easy single. That very fielder who was just placed on the boundary has come into action. And it seems as though it's the youngster Shelton Fobbs on the field.
Come down. Come. Done it.
So with that single, total has gone on to 375 with one delivery remaining in the over. So Henry, who was off the field for a couple of deliveries, has made his way back onto the field, and the youngster Shelton Fobbs has made his way off the field. So Henry will go into a forward short leg position. So there's a slip, there's a leg slip and a forward short leg. Those are the fielders around the bat for the new batter, Yannick Carrier. Trying to put some pressure on the new batter. So Cornwall with the first over of the new ball, breaking the partnership. So a successful over has come to an end. 375 for 4, the Red Force.
And we should remind the persons who are tuned in that we started late this today. Started at 11:30, and so lunch will be taken at 12:45. And you can readjust your schedule, because after lunch we'll resume at 1:25. That session will take us until 3:40, and the last session will be from 4 until 5:30, light permitting. Minimum of 76 overs in today's play, and so we will be with you until 12:45 when we'll have lunch. Gary, I've been looking around the region, and the first round games yesterday all seem to have been affected in some way or the other. Barbados having bowled out Jamaica for 231, they're 122 for 4. Captain Craig Brathwaite was bowled by Blackwood. So after a double century, getting a little bit of a failure. And then the Windwards bowling out CCC for 216. They were, when I last checked, 30 for the loss of 2.
So as expected, Azari Joseph has been brought into the attack from the media center end. So they get 2 runs from the first delivery. And the return from Mikhail Louis breaking the stump, but Yannick Carrier was well and truly home. So 2 runs with the first delivery from Azari Joseph bowling from the media center end. And he would want to keep things tight. And for him, you have 2 slips on the gully. We didn't see much away movement yesterday.
Didn't see much of any movement, Gary.
So we'll see if he will bring the slips into action with this second new ball. Bowling from this media center end. So Mohammed, who has been there since yesterday, since the fall of the second wicket yesterday, still batting and delivery outside the off stump, not going to be tempted. He allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. So you want to keep it a little closer to the off stump and make the batsman play. You have the slip and you have the keeper. You'd want to try and bring them into action.
When last I checked, Guyana were 87 for the loss of 4.
So the 2025 4-day competition is well and truly on. We've seen a number of centuries being scored last. When I check, I think about 15 centuries have been scored so far for the season, inclusive of the double century by Brathwaite. And the experienced Mohammed has 3 of those. I'm sure he has his eyes set, maybe thinking if he can get the support, can get up to a double century. It's a good batting strip here at Warner Park. We want to continue to bat for the Red Force. 377 for 4. Nice sunny conditions here at Warner Park. Azari Joseph looking to get his first wicket. Will not get it with a delivery. So Red Force, they have picked up 3 batting points so far. Leewards have not been able to pick up any bowling points. If the Pacers gets wicket, Carlisle is a batting point on offer. They have not been able to get any wickets in terms of the Pacers. If you get 5 or more wickets, then you start to get batting points as well. I mean, bowling points.
Correct.
So the overs not yet been completed. 2 deliveries remaining. 378 for 4. And Alzari will go around the wicket to the left-handed Yannick Carrier, who is on 1. He replaces his captain, Joshua De Silva, who was LBW to Cornwall for 152. And he put on a very good partnership of 259 with the experienced Jason Mohammed. Both of the players would have made a century. Mohammed started there on 104. De Silva started on 120, so he was dismissed for 152. Added some 32 runs for the morning. And then Mohammed is still there. He started on 104. He's on 123. It means he had added just some 19 runs. And yesterday he would have faced 172 balls. And De Silva at the end of play yesterday would have faced 163. So Mohammed has spent an enormous amount of time in the middle so far for the season. In excess, he has faced in excess of 300, batted for in excess of faced over 150 balls, in excess of 300 minutes in all of the innings he would have batted so far. Zari Joseph going around the wicket to the left-handed carrier, getting a short delivery, looking to get on top of it to work it into the onside. Probably came off the bat onto the body into the offside. So one delivery remaining in the over from Alzari Joseph. This is the second over with the second new ball. I tell you that Cornwall would have gotten the wicket of De Silva with the second new ball, first over. So we have two slips on the gully, point, and the next cover for Alzari Joseph. And carries in behind a good delivery to bring up the end of that over. End of Alzari's first over for the day. At the end of it, 378 for 4 after 96 overs.
You spoke about wickets for the Pacers, Gary, and I'll agree with you. But I will also say to you that I like the look of Alzari in this game. You know, his pace has been up. You can see that there is a difference. You can see that he's clearly a cut above Louis, for example, who is the other pacer that we have seen. But what you also notice as well, Gary, is that his line has been improved, in that he's bowling a much closer line to the batsmen. For quite a while yesterday, he bowled the short ball. Didn't get any results with that, but at least the intent is there.
Yes, so as the experience Alzari Joseph, you would want to keep things tight, and he has certainly been doing that. Cornwall will want to continue to keep things tight and to pick up wickets. I would indicate before that he was bowling a bit too short. You need to bring the batsman onto the front foot.
Definitely.
And the last couple of deliveries has been able to do that. This one is off target and will get a single. There's the fielder coming across to his right. That's Shelton Forbes again. Seemed to be on the field of play. So 2 more to the total. A bad delivery, bad line. He was able to pick up two more runs. 379. 380 for 4 wickets in over number 97. So Cornwall will want to keep it more on the off stump, too much on the onside, and giving the batsmen too many easy singles. So another single to the experienced Mohammed. He has gone on to 126. Carrier has come in to strike. He's on 1.
It's a combination of factors here. The pitch is slow. So if you bowl short, and if it is as slow as it is, you're giving the batsmen the opportunity to make the adjustments. They can easily come forward and rock back to play the shots.
Carrier looking to give the charge to the batsman. Came forward, the ball stuck in the pad, and Hamilton was quickly around trying to get it. You know, when you're playing cricket and the ball is stuck in your pad, and you take it and give it to the fielder, you're giving out. But on this occasion, it didn't happen. It would not have happened in this game either. Comes up and a delivery flat and fast on the leg stump, looking to work it into the onside. Came off the pad. So Cornwall over has been completed. 3 runs coming from that over. So the last 2 overs, Cornwall has been able to maybe a moral victory in a sense, bowling a better line, a better length in those last 2 deliveries.
Well, containment must be the order of the day. The score is already a big one on the scoreboard, 381. But I guess that Trinidad and Tobago wouldn't be satisfied with anything short of 500 runs on a pitch like this, because then they would be having to go out there in the sun and toil. But Cornwall has bowled in patches, much improved lengths. The only problem is that he's drifting into the pads, which is giving up free, easy singles.
So Kerry Mago has come back onto the field of play, and the youngster Shelton Fobbs has been doing duties. He has gone off the field. Alzari Joseph will continue from the immediate center end, and Mohammed, he will continue to bat as well. He's on 126. Has been having a very excellent season, 3 centuries, and got a very good batting strip here at Warner Park, and he's making full use of it.
And he has been patient. And this is the order of the day. I mean, the team looking to get a big score. There is no sense in him gifting his hand away. Adjustment to the field. The gully has been sent down to third man, and second slip has gone across now to Alzari is saying he wants 2 slips, not one at first and one at fourth. He needs first and, well, the second and a half.
So bowling to the experienced Mohammed. So there were 2 slips on the gully. The gully has been placed down to third man, and then as indicated is you have a first slip and then a wide second slip. So Alzari would be looking to keep that off stump line, top of off stump, and if you can get a little bit of movement, which we have not seen any, a little bit bounce, might be able to get the edge taken, and the keeper can come into action. Badly line on the leg stump, and they will get at least 2. So the fielder down at backward square has some running to do. That's Casey Carty. So 2 more runs to Mohammed. With those 2 runs, he has gone out to 128. And 383 it is for 4 wickets. We're in the first session. An extended session because play started late. We had some showers this morning. Play was due to start at 9:30, but then we had the rain that came, and play started at 11:30, and lunch will be taken at 12:45. So it's Alzari Joseph. Delivery on the leg stump, looking to heave it into the onside, missed it. Taken by keeper Hamilton. So a delivery which was badly lined, looking for extra pace, and that one was off target and taken by the Jamal Hamilton.
Good take to diving away to his left. Hamilton is full of energy. He seemed to talk for the entire inning, Gary. And at the end of the over, he's the first one to start running to the opposite end.
So Alzari will continue to bowl to Mohammed. Mohammed is punching down to go at mid-off. Yes, and he has been having lots of conversation. You have been hearing coming through the microphone. He always has something to say. And he always encouraging the bowlers as well.
And not anything mean. He's a jovial, friendly sort of chap.
So Joseph will continue from the media center ends 383 for 4 after winning the toss yesterday and batting. The Red Force, they would have done very well. They would have lost the first wicket on 27, second went down on 71, third on 114. A short delivery this time. Mohammed goes underneath it, taken behind by the keeper. Good pace as well. Went just over the shoulder to bring up the end of the over. 383 for 4.
Just keeping him honest, letting him know, yes, it's a flat deck, but I'm here to make sure that you're honest and that you're doing your job, keeping your eyes on the ball. Mohammed has been very patient, very, very patient, and has been watchful, and is playing a very good inning here for his team.
So Cornwall will continue from that far end. Alzari Joseph 15 overs, none for 34. Azari bowling from this media center end. His captain Cornwall will be continuing from that far end. He'll be going around the wicket to the left-handed carrier. Get the deliveries hurriedly onto the front foot, pushed it down into the onside, and there is no run. So a couple of tourists looking at the game seem to be departing. Just a few spectators down the strip. That's carrier. When he gets there, was struck on the pad, changes his mind as the ball was dogging a bit shorter, so it wasn't there for him to get underneath it. I just had to check his shot, and he went down into the onside. As he's down the strip and driving, goes quickly down to Jeremiah Lowy at mid-off. He fields, and the total remains on 383. So the tourists that were on the grass bank seem to have had enough. They're making their way out of Warner Park, and a delivery played down into the onside by Carrier. Carrier is on one. He has faced some 10 deliveries. Cornwall bowling from that Lozak Road end, the famous Lozak Road end, goes down into the offside. So I've not seen a run being scored so far in this over from Cornwall. Keeping things tight, but you want to pick up wickets. Red Force in a strong position at 384, 383 for 4. Plays it down into the offside to bring up the end of a maiden over from Cornwall. 383 it is for 4 wickets.
And I think what we are seeing here from Cornwall is his normal workload, because he tends to bowl a lot of overs for the Leewards. What is missing is that missing piece is our right arm wrist spinner, Hayden Walsh Jr., who they took a liking to yesterday. He just didn't seem to get going, and at some point he's going to have to get involved in the game. I mean, he's here for his bowling. The captain and the team would be expecting him to send down 15 overs in a day's play. Yesterday he only bowled half of that.
So Mohammed is playing to the onside. We get 2 runs. As the fielder from mid-on, that's Michaela Louis, had some running to do down towards the foul square area. So 2 more runs to the experience. Mohammed moves on to 130. So Azari will want to get back on the off stump. You have 2 slips, there's a third man, there's a point, there's extra cover in the mid-off. So you want to keep that off stump line.
Just a little bit too straight.
That's the 3 fielders on the onside. You want to keep that off stump line, make use of the fielders on the offside. So the experience Joseph will continue from the media center end. Nice sunshine on the leg stump again. Fortunately for him, the batter didn't get batted to it, came off the pad, and it goes into the onside. And Azari's inquiring. I don't know what he's inquiring about, but the ball came off the pad. So the total remains on 385 in over number 199.2 overs that have been completed. And we saw the batsman is making a signal to his teammate. Maybe you need thigh pad, maybe pointing towards his thigh pad, so maybe need something from the Justin room. As Alzari Joseph will continue from this media center end, and he'll get a single as he gets on top of a short delivery going into the rib cage of Mohammed. But able to get a single, goes down into the onside. 386 for 4, and Alzari not yet amongst the wickets. Flat strip here at Warner Park. So the left-handed Yannick Carrier will come into strike. He's on 1. He has faced some 12 deliveries. That Force, I'm sure, very satisfied with the way things have gone after winning the toss yesterday and batting. So we'll go around the wicket to the right-handed Carrier. So there's 2 slips, there's a gully, there is a point, and a mid-off. So Alzari will looking to keep things tight and maybe pick up the wicket if possible. Just about 7 minutes to go before lunch. Carey is getting a good delivery, touchdown just on about the off stump, and maybe a little bit of movement and a bit of height and pace as well. It was beaten by a beautiful delivery. Best delivery we have seen for the day, for the match as a matter of fact, from Alzari Joseph.
Yeah. Played at it, was beaten. Good line, maybe just has to be a touch fuller, Gary.
So delivery just on about the off stump. And batsman Carey was beaten, taken behind the keeper. So he has been putting in some effort into his bowling, even though the strip here at Warner Park is flat. Short delivery, innocuous, goes over the head, but man just watches it go through. A wide, as a matter of fact, has been signaled by the umpire. So another extra to the total. So with that, single total has gone on to 387. Short, too short. Not going to bother the batter.
Very fair call. Gave the batsman no chance of playing a shot and getting to that, unless he had a step ladder.
So Alzari will continue. So that's 4th wicket partnership of 259. Very important runs. Delivery, it is guided between gully and point. It's going down towards the boundary. It will cross the ropes just about now for 4. It was outside the off stump, and he guided it between gully and the cover point area down towards the boundary for 4. Open in the face of the bat.
Too short, too easy to play. That's not going to challenge the batsman at all. Banged in his half of the pitch, and a bit of room as well outside the line of the off stump. Just had to get on top of it and steer it, and brought up 4 runs. Those are really gifted runs. I have been asking for Alzari to get a little fuller. Instead of that, he has gotten shorter.
And he has paid the penalty. 4 runs added to the total, 391. 1 delivery remaining in the over. So lunch will be coming up in a few minutes, 5 minutes time. So if you're just joining us and wondering, play started at 11:30 due to some showers we had this morning. And so the luncheon interval, which normally would have been at 12 o'clock, was extended. So lunch will be taken at 12:45. So Alzari, the final delivery of his 16th over, is guided into the offside down to the point area, the cover point. The over has been completed. So over number 100 have been completed. 391 for 4 wickets at the end of the over, the Red Force.
And the Leeward's team taking the new ball this morning finally, and picked up 1 wicket with that second new ball. Coming up until lunch, and remember that Trinidad and Tobago went to close yesterday on 326 for the loss of 3. And they have now taken that score to 391 for the loss of 4 wickets. And so they're still plugging on, still going in search of as many as they can get on this pitch. They won their first 2 games each by an inning plus. And so they would be telling themselves, listen, we are accustomed to batting once and bowling twice. And they would very much love to do that here again. 2 batsmen so far have reached 100. And they would be looking for more from their batting unit.
So they have added some 65 runs for the morning in the 19 in the overs that would have been bowled. So it looked like some 20.3 overs have been bowled so far for the addition of some 65 runs, just going at just over 3 runs per over. Yesterday they were scoring over 4 runs per over. So the Leewards, in a sense, have been able to keep things a bit tighter than they did yesterday. So we saw yesterday the Red Force captain, in partnership with Mohammed, really came together when the score was on 114, and it took the total to 373 for a 4th wicket partnership of some 259 very important runs. So the total is now 391, and Mohammed will be continuing, be facing up to Cornwall from that far end. He has bowled 31 overs, 3 for 101.
Yeah, man, right.
The other wicket taker, Daniel Durham, was not really bowled well. So Cornwall will continue from that far end. And this probably will be the last over before lunch. Cornwall will be hoping that he can get a breakthrough. He can get the wicket of Mohammed. I'm sure he'll be satisfied with the morning session. Ball to Mohammed. And thinking about the single, went down to the short third man area, where Walsh had to move away from the leg slip. And no chance of a run.
Should have been a single. Carrier wasn't interested.
Some of the carrier saying it's almost lunch. He'll face the 5 remaining deliveries before lunch, while I relax at the non-striker's end. This time he's driving, knocked down well by fielder Mikhail Louis, moving away to his left at mid-off. He was driven powerfully, and Mikhail Louis moving away to his left, knocked it down, just preventing what would have been 4 runs if it could have gone past him. So single to the total. It has gone on to 392 for 4. So Carrier has 3 deliveries remaining in the over, and 3 deliveries remaining probably before lunch. Goes around the wicket, but played it in the air through the hands of the fielder at forward short leg or backward short leg, and they will come back for 2 runs. It was onto the back foot, that's Carrier, and played it in the air, but through the hands of the backward short leg, and they were able to get 2 runs. So with those 2 runs, the total has gone on to 394. So 2 deliveries remaining in the over. Cornwall bowling to Carrier, comes up and is driving into the offside. Tumbling, sliding save by Jeremiah Lloyd at mid-off. Had some running to do across to his right. Another easy single to the total. Takes it on to 395. So 1 delivery remaining in the over. And 1 delivery before lunch. Over the wicket to Mohammed. Mohammed is easily in behind it. Pushed it down into the onside to bring up the end of the over.
1 left.
Or 1 delivery remaining, as a matter of fact. So comes up. Mohammed is pushing it into the onside to bring up the end of the over. Umpire Khalid Tuckett walks up to the stumps, lift the bails, and that's lunch here at Warner Park. A delayed start due to some rain this morning. Play started at 11:30. The red four starting the morning at 326 for 3, with Mohammed not out on 104. The silver not out on 120. So at lunch they are 395 for 4 wickets. The silver, the batsman out this morning, LBW to Cornwall for 152. He went with the scores on 373. The not out batsman Mohammed not out on 132. Carrier is not out on 8. So at lunch here on day 2, the red force batting first. They are 395 for 4, and we will join you in about 35 minutes or so for play after lunch.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 Championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures
to the reintroduction of forcing-in points in drawn matches. We are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Head the Week trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
(2024), the year of Amir Jango. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past. Growing up in Trinidad, who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-hander to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jango?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, 2 special players that I have kind of replicated my game to, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. You got another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in the West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederica, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup. and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Jango pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket. Celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list stay 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I want to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list stay 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. And I saw it was Darren Sammy. And then he told me that I was selected. And he saw me batting at the list A level. And he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room. And I told them the news. And it was such a special moment for us. And something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
one.
top.
How roti can be one?
What do you mean?
Why you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper, batsman and team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Alright, what's your lock screen there? You're done. What's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting wise, keeping wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me, and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad, and look at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujan, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holdings, Melbourne, or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
And Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jim, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we're here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long-on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and in that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learnt the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
Welcome back to Warner Park, where it's nice and sunny. Such a contrast to when we started this morning in very hazy and overcast conditions. At the close of play yesterday, Trinidad and Tobago were 326 for the loss of 3, with Da Silva on 120 and Mohammed on 104. And that's where we ended play early. Close of play, 79.5 overs bowled. The new ball was taken today after 94 overs and 3 balls. And Da Silva was out LBW to Cornwall for 152. And that score was on 373 for the loss of 4. And at close of the first session today, lunch 395 for the loss of 4 wickets after 101 overs. And we have resumed play. Karaya is on strike, he's on 8, and Mohammed is on 132. And so for the morning's play, 69 runs, 2 wickets, 29 overs bowled. It's Alzari Joseph bowling to Karaya. It's short, and he's getting a scoring shot, cutting that one down to third man for a single. 396 Trinidad and Tobago for 4. Good afternoon, Earl. Hope you had a good lunch.
Yes, good afternoon. Certainly did. And as you rightly said, the stark contrast of the conditions here, the weather, as opposed to what it was earlier this morning, really revealing conditions, of course. Very bright, very sunny. And Carlisle, perhaps you could say that the Leeward Islands, the bowling would have done a bit better today than they would have done yesterday. Some 69 runs, you said, 2 wickets. And what they have managed to do is to bring the scoring rate for Trinidad and Tobago below 4. Yesterday it was on 4 from the start of the game.
I said 2 wickets, but it's actually 1. Joseph, full delivery, turned into the onside. They're chasing quickly for 1. But that's all they'll have.
Well, perhaps he might have been thinking in terms of Mohammed, who should have been, was lucky to be there still. Looked to be quite plumb to Durham, like before, that is. But he survived a very confident appeal. And he's still there. His captain was not so fortunate, though. Da Silva, he was like before. For 152, his highest score in first-class cricket.
Joseph has been full after lunch. Short delivery play down to square leg. He'll have a single. And the Carrere will take his score up now to 10. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 398 for 4.
The session goes up to 340. And I'm pretty certain that the Trinidad and Tobago team would be looking to get as much runs as quickly as possible in this session. I'm certain Carlisle, they would want to be bowling at the Leewards sometime later this afternoon. Of course, we are only into the second day. Lots of time left in the game still, but a flat track.
Bit of a shout from some excited players, but that one certainly heading down the leg side. He's bowling from around the wicket. It would have to pitch in line and straighten.
Seem to have pitched outside leg for that matter. Joseph looks rather purposeful though. I noticed after the luncheon interval he was the first out. In fact, he ran to the non-striker's end and requested the ball from umpire Jacqueline Williams. He seemed as though he was ready to go.
Short delivery down the onside, wayward delivery. And you would want to force the batsman to play at this. He's sitting on 133, Jason Mohammed. And he has shown all of the patience that comes with making big scores.
And not just making big score, it also comes with experience. He has been around quite some time, now 38 in his 39th year. Not a youngster by any means, but looking rather fit and batting well.
End of the over, 398 for 4, 102 overs completed. We're looking at 76 minimum overs to be completed today. Yesterday there were 3 ships, cruise ships in the harbor. Today that has gone up to 4. There is another of the Windjammer line across to our right. And then there are 2 on the second cruise ship pier and 1 on the main cruise ship pier. So St. Kitts is big in terms of cruise tourism, Earl.
Well, big in inverted commas. In some countries you do have, and we do have quite a number on some days also, but some countries would have 11 on a day. And St. Kitts would have had some significant numbers in the past also. But nevertheless, 3 cruise ships. One I looked at is of the Royal Caribbean line.
Short delivery, which is punched into the offside for a single. Carrier will move to 11. And it's now 399 for the loss of 4. We want to see a bit more variation from the bowlers here, and in particular the spinners. Cornwall has been allowing the batsmen to get that easy single into the onside. Now there's a straight mid-wicket and there's a fielder at backward square. And so they're looking to plug that gap, but we still don't want to see him gift up those singles so easily.
In fact, when they started earlier this morning, they certainly gave away too many easy singles to the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen.
It's a bit lucky. Sweeping, missed it, came from the pads and went between him and the stumps and failed to hit the stumps.
And we would have thought, Carlisle, that at that point earlier this morning, that was the ideal time in which to apply some pressure and prevent the batsmen from getting easy singles.
Ball in, Jim. Come in, Jim.
Better bowling is a fuller length. What we haven't seen a great deal of either is use of the crease. We haven't seen them attempt to go wide on the crease, for example. We haven't seen them change up much. And so batsmen are getting very accustomed to the same routine, playing the same lines.
Off here, Carlisle, you were speaking in terms of some bowlers being able to use the conditions, and you're speaking primarily to the windy conditions and being able to get drift. Don't think we have seen much of this in this game so far from the Leeward Island spinners.
Not at all. Daniel Doran has sent down 29 overs and picked up 1 for 124. Cornwall, 33 overs, 3 for 106. And here is where the difference comes in. The support bowlers, Hayden Walsh, 8 overs, none for 53, going at over 6.5 and over. Kerry Mago, 7 overs, none for 22.
Interesting, you referred to Walsh as a support bowler. I got the impression that behind Cornwall he was higher in the pecking order than Durham. So you would figure that he's one of the bowlers they would have been relying on to get wickets, as opposed to being a support bowler.
You definitely want him to get wickets early. I do not think that he is in this side for his batting. He made 100 in one of the warm-up games, but he's not there for his batting. What a lovely picture on your screen. Our cameraman has done well. That looks like one of the LNG tankers.
Yes, it is. And looking at the location also.
So yeah, you're looking to Walsh to bowl more overs. You don't want him to bowl 8 overs in a game and then Cornwall has gone 30 something. You would think you'd get more from him as a bowler. Short delivery, and the batsman Karaya is behind it, plays it on the onside, and there are no runs. So you not just want him to bowl a lot more overs, but you want his economy rate to be better.
Oh, yes, certainly.
Yeah, at 6.63 and over, and only sending down 8 overs, that's not good enough.
And Walsh, of course, has been around the Leeward Islands for quite some time. In fact, he's now the vice captain of the Leeward Islands team. And at this stage in his career, you would have been expecting better from him.
Short delivery. Again, too short to force the batsman to play. And it goes through for Jamal Hamilton to take behind.
Not just too short, but also too high. These batsmen are fairly short. And Karai being able to get under that one quite easily. But certainly, Walsh has been a disappointment so far. We'd have expected Daniel Durham to be a lot tighter also. And the main shortcomings of the Leeward Islands spinners in this match so far has been the control. Too many full pitch and too many short deliveries.
Again, banged in short and defended by Karaya. Those, you see, when you bowl those kinds of deliveries, you have to be saying that I'm looking to contain the scoring. Because you're not going to get many wickets with deliveries like that unless the batsmen make mistakes. Have to be asking questions. There is a slip and a gully alongside the wicketkeeper. They haven't had a sniff all game long.
Joseph, though, despite the fact that he has not picked up any wickets as yet, you could say he has done a good containing job. He is going in with the final delivery of his 18th over and so far has conceded just some 45 runs. Trying a York at that time. And that, of course, is below 3 runs for over. So you could say that he has done a fairly good containing job, but it's just that the spinners, they have been too loose. Jeremiah Louis, the other seamer in this team too, he has not delivered the line and lengths that is required on this sort of track and for his experience.
And he has only sent down some 9 overs for 45 runs. So you would want him to support Alzari Joseph as well. 9 versus Alzari Joseph has now sent down some 18 overs. So he has done double the amount of work that has been done here by the support bowler in Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, so we can easily say that despite the fact that the Trinidad and Tobago team has batted well, the bowling of the Leeward Islands has left a lot to be desired.
single down to long on, brings the fielder off the boundary. And Mohammed will get run number 134. Brings up the 400 for Trinidad and Tobago.
That, of course, coming in 104.2 overs. And your thoughts on Trinidad and Tobago looking to bowl this afternoon, Carlisle?
Yeah. 4 runs down to backward square. A short delivery. And Carrier was inside his wicket and swinging it away down backward of square to pick up 4 runs. And that will take his total on to 15 and 404. In terms of Trinidad and Tobago bowling this afternoon, you mean in terms of Leeward's bowling out Trinidad and Tobago?
Not necessarily.
Well, I'll tell you something. If I'd been sitting in the dressing room and I'm in third place playing against first place by a fraction of a point, and I get a track such as this Warner Park, I wouldn't be looking to declare unless I had well over 1,000.
Well, another 100 runs, quite some time left in the game still. That is quite possible. At least half an hour, 45 minutes at the Leeward Islands.
Turned into the onside. They're running quickly for the first run. 2 will be a challenge. And they settle for 1. And at the end of the over then, it's 405 for the loss of 4. And that's the latest score here from Warner Park.
Yes, 405 for 4. Very powerful position in which the Trinidad and Tobago team find themselves in. And batting well still, Mohammed is there. He's on 134. Karaya, we know he has gotten into the 90s for the season so far. And we know he's quite a capable batsman. So, Trinidad and Tobago, you could easily say, in a very strong position at this point. But I still think that they would all along I've been thinking that they're thinking about the 1,000 runs you have been talking about, that they would be looking to aim towards that. But I would want to think that they would want to get there as soon as possible without taking too many risks at this point.
In the Windward's game, CCC 216, I'm seeing the Windward Islands are 67 for the loss of 4. Players at the crease, Ambris on 12 and Descarte on 1. So they've lost the top 4.
Windward Islands not doing too well so far this season. In terms of batting too, the question is how much batting does the Trinidad and Tobago team has left in the tank? You know, Brian Charles is a bit of an all-rounder. And in fact, he's the vice captain of this team. And then you have the bowlers. Joshua James, we know he's a capable batsman. Opening bowler. Caribbean. So
knows how to handle a bat.
Exactly. So a bit of batting left yet for Trinidad and Tobago. But I think a lot of the runs making would revolve around these two at the crease at the moment.
In the game played in Barbados, Remember, Jamaica bowled out for 231. Barbados Pride 185 for 5. Jonathan Drakes is going well again. He's on 67.
And he would have had a century for the season already. Number of centuries being scored so far in this year's tournament. Trinidad and Tobago had 2 in this match. Prior to that, they would have had a number of centuries. Had Goalie getting 1, Mohammed getting 2.
Single down towards backward square, and the Karaya has pushed his total on to 16, and it's 417. In fact, it's 406 for the loss of 4.
And of course, for Trinidad and Tobago, we also had Cooper, who was already out. He also got 100, 117, and 80. So quite a few centuries being scored this year in this year's tournament. Carlisle, and we are just in the 3rd round. Is it the pitches? Is it that the batsmen have gotten better? Has the bowling gotten worse? And certainly in this match, the Leeward Islands bowling has not lived up to expectation.
Just a little bit too straight there, Alzari Joseph. And it comes off the inner portion of the bat down to forward of square for a single. And Mohammed has been making very slow progress. He's 135. He resumed this morning, and he was on 104 overnight. And at lunchtime, he was on 132. So he has been taking his own deliberate time accumulating his runs, but he's helping his team to get into an even more solid position.
Just remind listeners, though, Carlisle, that the pre-lunch session was a bit truncated. It didn't go for the full 2 hours. It went from 11:30 to just about 12:45. So that's just about an hour and 15 minutes.
It's well bowled. Just back of a length, and it's the kind of fuller length that I've been asking for. Just back of a length, forcing the batsman to play. He played, he missed, and you want to see much more of this from Alzari Joseph.
Oh yes, certainly. He has been running in though, and really bending his back, and getting one to really take off there. Unfortunately for him, unfortunately for the batsman, it was outside the off stump. So did not pose too much of a challenge to the bowler, to the batsman, sorry. And Joseph completed another good over, but yet to pick up his first wicket.
Yeah, listen, I tell you, I've liked the look of him. He has been honest in his bowling efforts. He is running hard and has hit the pitch hard. That's the easy single we were talking about. Just there, backward of square, and getting a single.
Joseph, of course, had to run in a bit, but seemed to have been slow off the mark and allowing a single. Now we see Hamilton seems to be in a bit of anguish there. Might have been struck on the finger.
Yeah, the throw came in low, hard, and it just jammed his finger a little bit there.
Physio goes out, and Carlisle, do you know who the physio is? Yeah. Of course, Leeward Island, the setup going through a number of changes this year. New coach, Steve Leeward, of course, the new coach replacing Stuart Williams. Steve Leeward, of course, would have played for the Leeward Islands. That's another player from St. Kitts, Carlisle, who would have played for the Leeward Islands, Steve Leeward.
Captain the Leeward Islands.
In fact, did, yes. So he, of course, is the new coach.
Goes back a long way. He was part of an under-15 team to England.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so certainly has been around cricket for quite some time, and as you rightly said, goes back a long way. And let's see. One player is leaving the field. Looks like Henry. And Shelton Fabs goes on. Good to see the young man starting his career fairly well, though, Shelton.
Oh, yes, he got a half century in the second inning of the first game in Antigua. And then he had to make way in the second game because there were two batsmen coming in Casey Carty and Michael Louis. And so even though he had made a half century, he had to make way for these two West Indian batters who were back in the Leeward setup.
Good thing, though. When you get an opportunity, though, you have to try and make the most of it so that your name will not be forgotten. And he certainly got a start in the first innings. He scored 22 and then the half century in the second innings.
Go, Daddy.
Short delivery again, which is allowing the batsman time to go on the back foot and play it away down to point and picking up 2 runs. So anytime the bowling has been short, the pitch is slow. And so because of that, it gives the batsmen the extra time to change the balance of their stance and play it away.
Most definitely. Which is why the bowlers have to be impeccable in their lengths. And not just length, but pace also. Cannot afford to give the batsman too much time to adjust on this docile pitch.
Good clever bowling there by Cornwall. He saw Karaya advancing and just bowled it in flatter and faster and cramped him. He had no other choice but to defend.
Question, Dr. Carlisle, what is the correct length on this pitch? Short? Certainly not.
Badly lined again. That was leg side. And so even though he swept it and it was in the air, absolutely no challenges. The scores moved on to 412 for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of that over.
Yes, the Trinidad and Tobago team soldiering on, continuing to pick up easy singles, scoreboard ticking over and rotating nicely. And this, of course, augurs well for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They're not exactly stagnating. And, of course, aided and bettered by some loose bowling at times in the consistency of the Leeward Island bowlers. Joseph will continue. He has really done his part well. He has handled his part well. And he has kept things fairly tight, but has not had much support from any of the, most of the other bowlers. Cornwall has been fairly good, but at times tending to be a bit loose.
Wayward delivery. Good stop there by the wicket keeper, Jamal Hamilton, diving away to his left. This one was errant. Pitched leg side, went further down the leg side, and Hamilton, he will be very, very upset that that will be given as a bye because it was badly lined. He did all he could to prevent it from going for runs, but conceded one.
Hamilton has been doing a very good job in this game, though,
very.
behind the stumps. You've seen him diving way down the leg side to rope in some wayward bowling and really taking them cleanly. And as I said, rightly so, he would have been aggrieved that one was given as a bye. He certainly made a good stop there, and through no fault of his, the run was taken. But he has done an excellent job so far. And Carlisle, he looks like he's still in his 20s.
Very nimble. He's very, very fit. Puts in the work, and it shows in his cricket. He has been having a good time in front and behind the stumps this season.
Definitely. Most definitely. He has had a score of, I think it's some 86, 89 runs. He has had another half century. So he has been doing quite well. As a matter of fact, I'll get you his scores in a while. In fact, he has had scores of 81, 46, 93 and 3. So 223 runs so far, averaging 55.75 from the 2 games he has played so far.
And I suppose with those scores that he would be leading for the Leewards.
Yes, the leading batsman so far, 223 runs. The next best batsman would be Joel Andrew, who has 150 runs with 2 half centuries. Go has been doing well to Karima Go. He has 148 runs with 2 half centuries also. And those are the 3 leading scorers. In fact, the 3 batsmen, well, apart from Henry. Henry has gotten 118 runs, but he has not scored a half century. But those are the 4 for the Leeward Islands that have gone into the hundreds for the season so far from the 2 matches.
There is some attention from the Trinidad and Tobago team for Karaya. And it's there are 3 players from the Trinidad team who have gone out. It doesn't look just like a hydration issue. He seems to be having a problem with his right shoulder.
Oh, yes. And, of course, that would not be so good news for Trinidad and Tobago. Karaya himself being a right-arm wrist spinner. So they would be hoping that it would not be something too serious. Karaya, of course, would have represented the West Indies. See him favoring that right shoulder, Carlisle. So obviously there's an issue there. But it's 414 for 4. And these 2 so far.
Looks like he's going off.
Yes, it seems so.
Whatever it is, it crept up on us suddenly. We didn't seem to notice anything wrong with him.
Might have crept up on him too.
Yeah, he called the non-striker Mohammed down. They had a little word, and then we saw somebody come in from the dressing room to give some attention to him, and then 2 more players, and then suddenly he turned and walked away. And so it means that he has retired his inning. Yannick Correa retired on 22, and so he will be replaced at the crease.
So we are hoping that he's fairly okay, and that he'll be able to resume his innings if necessary. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago would be hoping that he will be able to bowl when they get their turn to bowl at the Leeward Islands.
So Alzari Joseph will be bowling to Jason Mohammed. Struck on the pad, that's heading down. Alzari Joseph himself showed no interest. Yeah, that's going to miss another 2 sets of stumps. Play started this morning at 11:30. We went to lunch at 12:45. We're in the middle session, which is going to take us up until 3:40. And then the last session in today's play will go from 4 until 5:30. So we're looking at 76 overs in the day's play, meaning that we lose some 14 overs. Field being closed in for, I think, the final 2 deliveries of the over. Joseph to bowl to Mohammed, and he's chasing a wide delivery, and he missed it. It went through for Jamal Hamilton to take behind the stumps.
So Joshua James has come to the crease. At number 6, you could say, but really slated to come in at number 7. We had Karaya retiring. Very capable batsman, Joshua James, also.
End of the over, 414 for 4. And it is clear that the Leewards wanted to keep the new batsman on strike, because signal worked out between the bowler and the keeper Hamilton. Hamilton took 2 steps outside the leg stump and collected easily. They would never have done that in a white ball game, because that would have been called wide.
Almost definitely.
Yeah. But at the end of the over, it's 414 for 4. Mohammed is on 138, 136 in fact. And Joshua James is yet to score, yet to face a delivery. And after Earl Smitten, you'll hear the voice of Gary Pemberton.
Well, as Gary gets ready to join me, Cornwall is continuing from the far end. And I say good afternoon to Gary. Really pleasant afternoon, Gary, so far, in contrast to earlier today, just before the start of the match.
Yes, good afternoon to listeners. Very sunny afternoon.
So, Cornwall. James is getting it between the forward short leg and a leg slip. And can't score. That's a good drive, 4 runs. Struck straight down the ground, down to the long on boundary, long and a bit wide. The ball raced away to the boundary for 4. Very good shot there by James to get off the mark.
So I wonder if that's why they wanted to keep him in strike, to see that shot.
Probably. But James is a very capable batsman. And he has signaled his intentions quite early. And I'm certain, Gary, the Trinidad and Tobago would be looking to get as close to 500 as quickly as possible. But James is getting some more runs. It's just a single this time. And score will go on to 419. But I'm of the feeling, though, Gary, that the Trinidad and Tobago team would be thinking in terms of having a go at the Leeward Islands later on this afternoon, probably sometime after the tea interval.
Well, with 419 runs on the board, and it seems as though that the new batsman James would be looking to go after the bowling. And if they can score quickly, they can get up past the 500 mark quickly and put Leewards in and put some pressure on them.
Fended by Mohammed, goes to short mid-wicket. And no run. So 419 for 4. What Leewards have done, though, they have been able to just tighten up things ever so slightly. No ball signal. And, you know, oh my goodness. What happened there? The Leeward Islands had 3 men behind square. And this one is struck by Mohammed over mid-on, down to the long-on boundary for 4. So, Carlisle, Gary, sorry, what happened just now? The no ball was signaled because there were 3 fielders behind square on the onside. There was a leg slip, there was a short backward square, and the man on the long leg boundary. So, Leeward Islands going outside the rules of the game just now.
Well, if you infringe on the rules, then you will be penalized, and they were penalized on that occasion. Umpire Carly took it, observing and understanding the rules and the regulations, and call no ball.
Yeah, so leg slip had to move across to into the slip region. So Cornwall and company missing out on something there and giving away a run. Mohammed, use of the feet. Am I sensing that the Trinidad and Tobago, they're looking to step up things a bit?
Well, from the look of things from the last 2 deliveries from that Mohammed face, it seems as though he's looking to get after the bowling. Joshua James, he also seems as though he wants to be aggressive. We have seen though that Mohammed from time to time has been given a charge to the spinners, not only just a while ago, but even before lunch. But he never really got hold of the bowling when he looked to go off, use his feet. So we'll wait and see what will happen this time around. But the Red Force team are still in a very, very strong position to put pressure on the Leewards, and Alzari will be continuing from this immediate center end, and he'll be looking to pick up a wicket. Even though he has bowled well, he has put in the effort, but he has not been rewarded as yet.
James takes guard. And you see, let's see, there's a slip, there's a gully in place. There's a point, backward point to be exact. A mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square, close to the boundary. There's a forward short leg and there's a long leg. That's the field for Alzari Joseph, moving away from us. As this one goes down to backward square, just a single. So 425 for 4. And over number 110. Weather, rather immaculate weather here at Warner Park, so we expect that play would go down as far as possible. No interruptions for smoke today.
So Alzari continued to keep things tight, delivered that was just on the off stump there and pushed it into the offside. So he continued to just keep the off stump line. You have 4 fielders on the onside, a 5-4 field. You have the slip and the gully. There's an extra cover and a mid off, so you just want to keep that off stump line and try and keep things tight.
Well, not just line, he has to be very precise with his lengths too. On the offside, there's no one covering in the deep on the offside. This one is on the pads and flick down to fine leg for a single. So once the inner ring or the offside field is beaten, he could run pretty close to the boundary. So he has to be very precise with his line and length while bowling on the offside. But he has toiled long and hard without success, Alzari Joseph. Rather interesting. Here we see that they're sending Joel Andrew back on the mid-wicket boundary for Joshua James. And let's see. They're asking him to go squarer. And they're asking the backward square leg to move to his right. That looks like Carty down there. Now we see the third man is retreating back towards the boundary. And let's see, probably a short one. Short, dug in, yes. As expected, the batsman gets under it. So certainly the intentions were signaled there. And Alzari Joseph made no secret about bowling short to Joshua James just now.
So the Red Force team, they continued to bat well in the first innings. In the first inning, they were in the game against combined campuses and colleges, 504 for 6 declared, and then 456 all out against the Leeward Islands. Both games, they won by an innings. So we'll wait and see what will happen in this game.
This one is pushed into the offside for a single by James. Of course, we keep saying that this is a flat track. Certainly it is. But there's always that scoreboard pressure that could be a factor. That could be a wicket taker. But the Leeward Islands would have to bat well. Of course, these are familiar conditions for the Leeward Islands batsmen. On this ground last year, Mackay Louis, he would have scored his double hundreds in his first season. And of course, the Leeward Islands camp, they just moved to Antigua. Prior to that, they were based here in St. Kitts, and a lot of these players would have played on the Warner Park track, and they would know the conditions quite well. So it's expected that the riposte from the Leeward Islands should be fairly good. Flash that one outside the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper. But certainly very familiar conditions here for the Leeward Island players, as we see what looks like the first drinks break taking place. And Gary, perhaps we should take a drinks break also. Well, Gary, we see a bowling change from the far end. It's going to be Walsh who will pick up the attack. Hayden Walsh, who did not bowl too well in his first spell, had 8 overs for 53 runs. Very expensive in his first spell. And they're not really lending the support to the bowlers such as his captain Cornwall and Alzari Joseph, who has been wicketless so far. He has a slipper backward point, cover sweeping, extra cover long off back on the boundary, long on back on the boundary. Riders starts short, swung away, 6 runs. And there we go again. Starting poorly, too short, and swung over mid-wicket by James for a 6.
Easy runs, easy picking for the batsman. James was short, and he was swung away for 6. So he started just as he did in his first over of the match. I mean, he was struck for, I think, 13 runs came off that first over that he bowled in the Red Force innings, and now he's starting with a bad delivery, which was swung away for 6.
Comes in once more. Shot again. And this one is pulled towards mid-wicket, and the fielder is down. He seemed to have been struck somewhere about the body. And we'll have a look at that again. I'm hoping that it's not his face. And there again, a bit too short, and the batsman was back onto the back foot. It happened rather quickly. And looks like Mikhail Louis, who's been floored.
Look at his hand, he was struck.
No, that's not Louis, that's his brother.
He's holding his hand. So
that's his brother, Jeremiah. And I hope there's not too much damage. I hope there's no real damage. In fact, I hope it's his hand.
It's his left hand, so it's not his bowling arm, so he probably should be okay.
Yeah, it was knocked, it was really pulled powerfully, and he made a good stop, a brilliant stop in fact. And a bit in the walls there, but seems to be okay. The physio's there with the spray, but a good bit of fielding there by Jeremiah Louis, although he paid the price. But of course they say no pain, no gain. So he seems to be okay now. And we hope that there's nothing broken. But a halt in play for the time being. Batsman being able to pick up a run, and the score's gone on to 434 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago. And James has rushed on to 14.
So the Red Force started the day at 336. So it means they have scored some 98 runs for the day. And some 79.2 overs a ball yesterday. Now we're at 110.2. So just about how many overs? 30 overs, 31 overs. Just about 31 overs being bowled for the day. And they will have scored some 98 runs. Just to give some perspective, in the last 5 matches between these two teams, the Leewards would have won 2. 2 matches were drawn, and 1 match was won by the Red Force. In February 2024, Leewards won that by 4 wickets. That's why it was right here at Warner Park. Red Force made 137 and 342. The Leewards made 318. And then they had a target of 162 to win. They made that with 6 wickets down, so 165 for 6 wickets. They would have won that. And then in February 2023, that game was drawn. Red Force 418 for 9 declared and 183 for 5 declared. Leewards 302 and 72 for 1. They were set a target of 301 to win, but that game was drawn. And then the other game in 2023, that game also was drawn. In 2022, sorry, that game was won by the Leewards. Leewards batting first, 357. all out, then 241 for 7. Red Force 140 and 271. They were set a target of 459. They made a, so they would have won that game by 187 runs. That was in 2022.
Waltz continues. We're back with play. And the Mohammed misses one outside the off stump.
Better line, better pitch delivery, just on about the off stump and spinning slightly away.
He's also gone around the wicket to change his line of approach. This is much better from Walsh. A lot fuller on the pads and push back to the bowler. And certainly has not bowled well so far in this match. It's always a very difficult task, Gary, the right arm with spinner. But one would have thought that the number of years he has been around, he would have mastered his art. You've seen bowlers like Rashid Khan, Abdul Rashid from England, the leg spinners, of course, they're international bowlers. But having said that too, at one stage, Walsh was also an international bowler for the West Indies, probably in a different class. But we have seen these bowlers over the years getting better and better.
Yes, and most time they would say it's the amount of work that you put into your cricket that would help you to advance. Maybe Walsh has not taken his bowling as serious as he should over the years. I know a few years ago when he had a good T20 outing in the CPL and he was drafted in the West Indies team, but maybe he has not worked hard enough on his bowling so he could advance, because as you said, he has most times when he bowls a number of bad deliveries. Most times he starts poorly and then settle down better after some time. But yes, as you indicated, right arm wrist spin is a difficult art a difficult form of bowling to master. You really have to work at it.
Yes, certainly. And I guess repetition too, because to be honest and to be fair to Walsh, those two names I mentioned, they would have played quite a bit of cricket, mostly the white ball version. In fact, Rashid was called into the England squad at one stage to play Test cricket, and he did not do too well. And in the end, he opted to stay out of the longer version and stick to the shorter version. So different skills, of course. This is a 4-day encounter, and it demands a bit more from your bowlers, as opposed to maybe 4 overs in a 2020 match. But see, Louis is back into the attack. He comes from the Paul Southwell Media Centre end.
This is actually his first over for some time. He's just had 9 overs for 45 runs yesterday.
Stayed into the offside for a single. He would be looking to bowl a better line and length. And they've been out there long enough to see what the pitch is doing. And, by now the bowlers should have worked out the correct line and length on which to bowl on this track. I mean, most of these bowlers, they're not rookie bowlers. They have been around for some time. Louis has been very successful at the regional level. I think last year he would have gotten over some 30-something wickets in the regional tournament. So he has had success at this level. So he has the experience. This one he opts to go short. But it rushes on to James, who defends. 436 for 4. We're into over number 112. Current weight is 3.92. And that has been significant, Gary. The Leewards today, though, they have been able to get that run rate below 4 runs. Yesterday, it was consistently over 4 runs per over. It would mean that they have been a bit tighter today with the bowling.
Yes, they have been able to do that, but what they have not been able to do is to pick up wickets. Even though that they would have restricted them in somewhat, they have not been able to pick up wickets as quickly as they would have wanted. Just the one wicket that has gone down for the day. So the Leewards would have been hoping that they would have been able to get some more wickets, even though they would have restricted the scoring rate. But the Red Force are still in a very strong position at 436 for 4 wickets.
Would you say that the Leewards would have missed the trick earlier though? Not going for the new ball as soon as it was due this morning?
Well, we can always look back and say that. They might have missed the trick, but they could have gone for the new ball first thing this morning and the runs could have been flowing, and then we might have been saying a different story. But we thought that based on what transpired yesterday, they should have come out this morning and use a new ball.
Exactly. I'm not saying that, it would have brought tremendous success at the time, but my thinking is that at the start of a new day, just some 3 deliveries into the new ball. Batsmen are fresh. When you could apply some pressure to the batsmen, they have not settled in as yet. I think that was an opportune time to go for the new ball, especially based on the fact that you didn't have a successful day the day before. So that was an opportunity. Both batsmen, of course, were on 100 overnight. So I would have gone for the new ball. I'm not saying it would have brought success. Outside the off stump by Louis, wide, no shot offered. But at least do something different. We had a heavy diet of spin yesterday. And Alzari Joseph has bowled well in the match so far, without success, of course. And he was on the field, so that might have been a good option.
Yes, but that wasn't the case, and now we have seen that Jeremiah Louis has been brought into the attack about 15 overs into the second new ball. And normally he would bowl the new ball. He's not, sometimes his second and third spell is not as good as his first spell, because he normally does better with the new ball. And now in this second new ball, he has been brought into the attack after how many overs? 16 overs with the second new ball.
Completes his over, but rather a defensive over there. Most of his deliveries wide of the off stump. So probably brought into the attack to contain a bit and not to give too many away. He was, of course, would be looking to do some damage control at this point. And they would like to prevent the Trinidad and Tobago from running away with the score. Ball still has to be a lot tighter. Started poorly in his last over, but certainly tightened up. But here's another short delivery, which is pulled down to square leg for a single. There we go again, being a bit too short. See adjustment being made to the field. Backward square is being brought square, forward of square, mid wicket. Is being placed on the boundary. Fielder taken from square leg to mid wicket, short, and pushed up to long off for a single. So for James, the adjustment being made. But if you're going to bowl short, you could have 10 mid-wickets on the boundary. If you bowl short, for a man like James, he could clear those quite easily. And then, of course, the men on the boundary would become insignificant. I don't think at this stage fielders on the boundary is going to prevent James from trying to go over the top. It's a strong, powerful lad. This one is pushed up to long off for a single. But this has been much better so far from Walsh in this over so far, apart from the shortish delivery which went for a single.
I thought he could have come across and tried to stop that rather than allow an easy single, because it went slowly past him. He probably could have made an effort to stop that shot.
Probably. Oh yes, this is a good delivery. James caught in two minds. In the end, handled it well. Got it down to short third man. Wasn't able to get a run. The end of this over, Gary will be joined by Carlisle. Pushed up to wideish long off, almost into an extra cover position for single. And Walsh comes to the end of that over. Much better over. Gary, of course, you will now enjoy the company of Carlisle as I take a bit of an exit for the moment.
All right, so that over has come to an end. A much better over, but I still think that he needs to try and bring the batsman forward. He has been getting a little bit of turn, a bit of slow turn, and they have been able to go onto the back foot and just ease it into the offside for a single. If you can get that little turn and you are able to bring the batters forward, then you might be able to find the outer edge, and the keeper might come into action. Now see Captain Cornwall. He's having conversation with Jeremiah Louis, who was brought into the attack to replace Alzari Joseph. And his first over was pretty quiet over, nothing untoward happening. And he is normally one of the opening bowlers for the Leewards. But he has been brought into the attack. Some 15 or 16 overs into the second new ballers. Welcome back, Carlisle. Good afternoon, Carlisle.
Very pleasant good afternoon to you, Gary. Good afternoon to the listeners up and down the islands who tune in to cricket from Warner Park.
So Jeremiah Louis is bowling his 11th over. And Joshua James has looked solid. He has given the indication that he would want to get after the bowling. And the Red Force continue to do well. They have 441 for 4 wickets. And Yannick Carrier retired hurt or retired injured. And let us hope that he's going to be able to take the field when that time comes. But the Red Force continue to bat. 441. Still looking good, looking to get up to at least 500 runs. And Jeremiah Louis looking to prevent that. Too wide outside the off stump. And it goes down to the third man area. They get 2 runs, was wide and short. And there was Mohammed, who has been in the middle for a very long time. He has faced 265 deliveries and just 3 runs short of the 150 mark. He has already gone past the 150 already for the season, made 176 in the previous encounter. And this is his 3rd century for 2025. And he is the leading run scorer so far with before this game as 383 runs, well, including this game at the start of day 2. So we get a single, and with that single he has gone on to 148. And so the partnership 30 from 38. And 12 runs have been scored by Joshua James in that partnership. So it's Jeremiah Louis who is bowling from the media center end. As you see the cruise ships in the harbour at Port Zante. And they will get a single eventually as it was pushed into the offside. Knocked down by Hayden Walsh at extra cover. They were waiting to see if he would have stopped it cleanly. He didn't. And the ball went ricocheted off his hand and went for a single. So 1 more to the total. Just going on to 445. Remember the Red Force won the toss yesterday and decided to bat Play started late on day 2 due to some showers this morning. Play started at 11:30. And Jeremiah Louis testing out the pitch, a short delivery. And Mohammed, who has been there for a very long time, has no problem just easing underneath it and allows it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So he's too short of 150 runs, and his success in the 2025 continuing. He's been given a placid pitch here at Warner Park in which to continue to score runs for the Red Force. And Jeremiah Louis will be looking to get his first wicket in this game. So the Pacers have not been able to get any of the wickets so far. They will be pitched up, and Mohammed is getting a single down to mid-on. Bialzari Joseph has to move to his left. So the over has been completed, over number 114, and it is 446 for 4 wickets. Let me tell you that Jason Mohammed probably is too short of 150.
And he has batted well. He has done what he has to do in terms of his batsmanship. He came to the wicket yesterday and immediately looked as if he was out there for a purpose. And with 2 centuries behind his name before this game, he has now gone on to 3 consecutive centuries. And that speaks volumes for him.
So it's Walsh will continue from that far end. Since he has gone around the wicket, he seems to be pitching much better. But that one was still a little bit too short. And they gave Jason Mohammed a chance to go through for a single to bring up 150. So 150 to Jason Mohammed, gets a round of applause from his teammates in the stands or in the players' pavilion. So another excellent knock by the experienced Mohammed. 269 deliveries face, 150. So it continues to make runs. 447 for 4 wickets. Joshua James has done 18 from 19. And he's hitting it high and hard. It will go over the long on area for 6 runs. And he went after the delivery from Hayden Walsh and got it over wide long on for 6. And Joshua James, since he has come to the middle, has made his intention clear. And with that 6, the 450 coming up for the Red Force team, 453 for 4.
And again, pretty innocuous bowling here by Hayden Walsh. Nothing on that. He gave it a bit of a loop, but there was no rip, no great amount of spin on it. And James got to the pitch of it, and that was easy pickings. He took on the fielder down at long on and did it successfully, cleared him easily.
72 runs have come from his 10.2 overs. The delivery spinning outside the off stump, looking for not a big heave, missed it. Was in no position to play that shot. He was just going for a big swing the ball, pitch a little bit further outside the off stump, and he missed it. So Walsh will try once more this time, looking to swing into the onside, missed it, spun across him. Just pitched just around center and leg stump, and was looking to swing it into the onside. The ball spun across him to be taken by the keeper Jamal Hamilton. So Leeward certainly be put under pressure. They have gone too quickly for the first run, thinking about the second, as the ball went down to the mid-wicket area. 1 more to total. Kymer Gould is on the boundary. He came in 1 more to the Red Force team, 454 for 4. And it's a very good total, which certainly will test the Leewards. And so the Red Force previous 2 matches, they won by an innings, and they would want to continue that, as Walsh will continue from that far end. And this time, this is Mohammed giving the charge to Hayden Walsh Jr. and playing it straight back over his head and over the rope for 6 runs. Or 2 sixes have come in this over. A good shot by the experienced Mohammed came down the pitch with a final delivery and struck it straight over the head of the bowler for 6 runs, 460 for 4.
Hayden Walsh has looked ordinary. That was slow. Just a slow half tracker. And Jason Mohammed, who has been there for all of 156 runs, saw this, got to the pitch of it, and mid-off had, long off had been brought into mid-off, and he took the opportunity to just slam it way over his head and bring up 6 runs.
So they continue to put pressure on the Leewards. Huge total. And Mohammed is still there. He came in at the fall of the second wicket. Now he has decided that after he has scored 150 with that bat, he's going to change and see if he can make another 150 more runs, Carlisle.
And good for him. Listen, I like to see batsmen taking charge of their inning. And he has done this in a very real way. The pitch is slow. There is no great deal of turn or bounce in this pitch. And the bowling has been ordinary. And when you get these opportunities, you have to make them count. And so Mohammed has done exactly that. 2 centuries before this game. This one, a third 100, and a big 100 at that, has helped Trinidad to 460 for the loss of 4 wickets. And again, you understand the need to have Hayden Walsh come in and do some bowling. Because this is why he's in the team. He's in the team primarily as a bowler. And so, and he has even been promoted to the role of vice captaincy. He has to prove that he deserves to be the vice captain of this team. He has to prove that he deserves to be a leading bowler in this team. So far, he has not done himself any credit at all. He has looked very flat, very ordinary. Yes, the pitch is not easy for the bowlers, but we really haven't seen him make the adjustment and step up. And he has been very expensive. None for 79 from 11. That's not good bowling at all.
Yes, going at in excess of 7 runs per over. And you don't want to have that from your right arm wrist spinner. And he has been around for some time, and he should have been able to come on and bowl a much tighter line, but his bowling has been very, very bad in terms of this line and length. And so it's going to be Jeremiah Louis who will continue from this media center end. His 11 overs have caused some 52 runs, has not been able to pick up a wicket. Coming off a successful season last year. And he was rewarded with a call-up with the West Indies team after he replaced the injured Roach, and then he himself became injured and wasn't able to play for the West Indies, and I'm sure he would have been hoping that this year he would have had a better start to the season, Paul.
Oh, definitely. We're just 3 matches in, but having said that, 3 matches is, what, 50% of the season almost? And so he would want to get going, start picking up some wickets and start bowling a better line.
Joshua James, 25 from 24, short, and looking to swing into the onside. So we have seen that Jeremiah Louis has bowled a couple of short deliveries, but they're just ballooning over the head of the batters. He did bowl one to Jason Mohammed, and now this one going just ballooning over the head of the tall figure of Joshua James.
Pitch well in his half of the track. And the field is widely flung now, long leg. There's a fielder down at square leg on the boundary, mid-wicket on the boundary. And then on the offside, there is protection down at third man on the boundary and cover on the boundary. And this says to you that the score is 460 for 4.
And Joshua James is looking to take the attack to the Leeward's bowlers. Jeremiah Louis would want to prevent that. Short, and he's swinging into the onside. Not even the fielder, his brother, down at the straightest mid-wicket boundary could stop it. Went to his left and into the boundary for 4. Short and punished.
Poor bowling, easy picking. That was again pitched halfway down the track and gave the batsman enough time to go on the back foot and place it down to mid-wicket for 4 runs. This is too predictable, too easy, and you want to see these bowlers force the batsmen to think, force them to make an effort to get their runs. This kind of bowling is the kind of bowling that Jeffrey Boycott used to say that his mom would like to take a bat at.
See, there's 3 fielders on the onside. There's a long leg, there's a backward square, and a mid-wicket all on the boundary. So indicating that that Jeremiah will be looking to bowl short, and he doesn't have the pace to even trouble the batsman Joshua James. I think he should be looking for the off-stump line, keeping it on the off-stump.
I prefer to see them just back of a length. I remember one time, might have been way back in 2013, sitting and having a dinner with a gentleman, our top spinner, Lance Gibbs. And the great man said, listen, Powell, when I bowled, if I couldn't get wickets, you were not going to get runs.
And it will go down towards the deep mid-wicket area, straight mid-wicket, not a single. And as a bowler, you want to, either it's wickets or you're going to keep the runs down. If you're not going to get wickets, then you need to try and keep things tight. We have not really seen that from the Leewards on a consistent basis for the entire match. Too many loose deliveries, especially from the spinners. And so as a result of that, the Red Force team have been able to get up to 465. So it's important, and that nagging and line and length on the off-stump for your medium pacer, you want to keep it just on top of off-stump, make the batsman work for the runs. Even though you have a good batting strip, I do believe that the Leewards bowlers would have erred in terms of the line and length and bowled too many bad deliveries. So Jeremiah Lowe would want to correct that. He still has some time. If you can get a couple of wickets with some good bowling. The poor bowling, wide delivery on the onside. Lucky for him that he didn't call a wide by the umpire. The over has been completed, but it was very wide on the onside. It could have very well been called a wide by the umpire.
Just looking to contain, just looking to keep James on strike. Now, I'm not too sure how effective that is, because James has already pushed up to 30 and has dominated a partnership of 51. So I think rather than looking to bowl wide down the leg side, you're looking to get some wickets.
Right.
You're looking to slow the pace of the scoring, because the Red Force are 465 for 4, and they're scoring in excess of 4 runs and over once again.
I believe this is over here.
116 overs.
Something's
So
gonna happen.
certainly scoring just over 4 runs per over.
Yeah, you don't tell him. I believe this is over here. Hey!
And the Hayden Walsh will continue from that far end. His 11 overs cost 79 runs. Saw Donnell Durham bowling this morning. Was not effective as well. He gave over some 29 overs. So Walsh will continue from that far end, the Lozak Road end. And Joshua James continue to take the attack. Short, spinning away, and he played it in the air over the head of the bowler, down to long on for a single. So I'm sure Joshua James is thinking that he can get up to a 50, and if he score quickly enough, he is also thinking that he can get up to 100 as well. Leewards would want to prevent that from happening. Jason Mohammed is still there, 271 balls he has faced. He's on 156. So he has been spending lots of time in the middle, and that's what you want to do as a batsman. Experience has come to the fore, and we get another easy single. So as batsman, when you get set, you have to make the bowlers work to get your wicket. But I'm sure Donnell Durham might be thinking that he had his wicket before lunch, but the umpire was in the best position and she indicated that he was not out. So Mohammed has continued to play well, and Joshua James will continue to face up to Hayden Walsh Jr., who's bowling from that far end. Nice and sunny here at Warner Park. Delivery is played down towards mid-wicket, and the catch is taken this time. A flatter, faster delivery on the centre leg stump, and there was Joshua James onto the back foot. Didn't get hold of it as well, I'm sure, that he wanted to. Went in the air and went down towards mid-wicket. So Joshua James has been dismissed, caught on the boundary of the bowling of Hayden Walsh Jr., and he would have made 31 runs. So the Leewards picking up a 5th wicket, 467 for 5.
Yeah, Joshua James just seemed to lose his composure, lost his patience, And this one was pitched just about on the line of the leg stump. Was a little bit fuller, not as short as it had been. And he was on the back foot, pulling it, but straight to the field that might have been go, coming off the mid-wicket boundary down there, and so he has lost his wicket for 31. But Trinidad and Tobago are still extremely well placed. They are 467 for the loss of 5.
So Joshua has been aggressive. So his 31 runs came off 29 deliveries. And earlier we saw Carrier, who retired hurt. But we have Jason Mohammed is still in the middle. He's on 157.
You have to give credit to Walsh for the wicket because he has been roughed up quite some. And to keep his composure and come back and get this wicket, you have to give him a lot of credit for that.
So the new batter for Leeward is Carrier. The players are taking a water break, and maybe it's a good time for us to take a break as well. So the new batter, Carrier, has replaced Joshua James, who was just out, caught off the bowling of Walsh for 31. And so the players took an opportunity for a water break. So for the new batsman, you have Mikhail Louis, who was on at long on, has been asked to come into the mid-on position. So there's a slip, there's a point, cover, extra cover, and the mid-off, Alzari Joseph. That leg slip. Casey Carty down at back of square. Joel Andrew will come into mid-wicket position. Bad delivery. Swung around the corner, down towards the boundary for 4. Poor delivery to the new batsman, Carrier. He said, thank you very much, and played it down towards back of the square for 4.
Pretty ordinary bowling by Walsh. This one was dragged down short and just helped around the corner. The fielder is at backward square, and this one went way out of his reach. That's poor bowling by Hayden Walsh.
So first delivery to the new batter, played away, and for that shot, Alzari Joseph has been placed down at the long leg area. So Alzari down at long leg, and Walsh will continue from that far end. And Carrier is looking as if he has intention of just going after the bowling. So the over has been completed, and a successful over for Leeward's 471 for 5. Still a very good total by the Red Force team.
Extremely good total, and it will take some getting. At the start of that over, Gary, you heard Jamal Hamilton behind the stumps, clearly through the stump mic. I believe that something is going to happen in this over. And he repeated that comment. And then the ball before Joshua James was dismissed, we saw a little bit of gamesmanship from Hayden Walsh. He started his run-up from directly behind the keeper, behind the umpire, correction. And the batsman Joshua James stopped him when he emerged. And he did exactly the same thing to the delivery, which got him the wicket. So a little bit of gamesmanship. On this occasion, it worked.
So Jeremiah Lowe will continue. And he has been swung away for 6. So there he saw a delivery, slow delivery, just on about there, off stump coming towards the right-handed Mohammed, who has been there for a very long time, just got underneath it and swung it over long on for 6 runs.
Right in the slot. It was just one of those hit-me deliveries. And all he had to do was come forward with a full swing of the bat and deposited this way over the mid-wicket boundary to pick up 6 more runs. Goes on to 163.
I'm sure he'll be looking to get up to double century. And that will be the second for the season. Craig Brathwaite would have scored a double century in the second round. As Jeremiah Lowe will have to try once more. And they will get a single. Goes into the onside. We'll wait and see if there's any signal from the umpire. Leg by. Has been signaled by the umpire. So Extras moves on by 1. 478 it is for 5. And the Leewards still have only gotten some 2 wickets for the day. And some 79 overs of bowled at the end of the day's play yesterday. So we're in over number 118. So they have been bowling just about 38, 39 overs for the day, picking up 2 wickets. And Jeremiah Lowe is in his 12th over, 13th over, none for 63. Cornwall has picked up 3 wickets. Durham, who would have gotten the first wicket, he's picked up 1. And we just saw Hayden Walsh got the wicket of Joshua James, who made 31 in his last over. And Carey Pay is the new batter. Wondering what is going through the mind of Carey Pay. I'm sure he's going to get his time to bowl on this placid pitch here at Warner Park, but with a total of 478, I'm sure they're going to get up in excess of 500 runs. Certainly he would have a lot of runs to play with. I'm sure he can set some attacking feel to the Leewards batters and put some pressure when the Leewards do get a chance to bat. So Louis will bowl to the left-handed pair. Short delivery, and he goes on underneath it to be taken behind by the keeper. So I'm sure Powell, with a big score on the total on the scoreboard, Carey Pierce certainly would be relishing that and put pressure on the Leewards in terms of attacking field.
Well, not just him, but the entire bowling setup for Trinidad and Tobago. And they have been in good form. They have picked up 20 wickets to win in all of their games before this. And I like to tell people, Gary, that, listen, you can say that the pitch is flat, but you still have to bat on it. You still have to get runs. You still have to show discipline.
So delivery is driven. Should get at least 2 runs. Thought about it. And it changes their mind as the fielder down on the boundary came in quickly. And the fielder on the boundary is, looks like Casey Carty. So another single to the total, 479. Red Force won the toss and batted yesterday. They lost the first wicket on 27. Second wicket went down on 71. Third on 114. Then I saw an excellent partnership between Joshua De Silva and Jason Mohammed of 259 runs. It will score from 114 to 373. And Joshua James, the last batsman to be dismissed, made 31. And the captain, De Silva, 152. And the Jason Mohammed is still there. He is on 164. That over has been completed. And at the end of it, Red Force batting first, 480 for 5. After some comments from you, Carlisle, you hear the voice of Earl Smith.
What I like about the Trinidad and Tobago innings is that it has been measured. We haven't seen anybody come out and just gone blazing from ball 1 and continued in that vein. What we have seen is a really very good professional, measured approach from the batsmen who have gotten in. Jango, who was on 60 and who took a couple of risks, got himself out for 60. And then the others, Mohammed, he's still there on 164. And the captain, Da Silva, he himself batted well for 152. Just accumulating and then making use of the opportunities when bad balls were presented.
Yes, certainly the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, they've done well. And as you said, they have been measured in the approach. They have not, although one feels that they might have given their wickets away at one stage. Jango, for example, gave it away when he was well set and perhaps looking towards 100. But 481 for 5 Carlisle, that half a thousand coming up pretty soon. And what happens after that is left to be seen.
Good delivery by Walsh. Flatter, a little bit faster. Pierre turned it into the onside down to mid-wicket, but it seemed to have been a little bit deceived.
Cornwall, of course, persisting with Walsh, and he, in the end, picked up a wicket. Probably would have done his confidence a bit of good.
Half tracker, and that one will run close to the boundary. Very good save down on the boundary, and so they'll get a couple of runs, and the PA moves on to 7. But again, a half tracker just dragged down and punch away into the offside square, and 2 more runs to the Red Force. 483 for 5.
I've seen this too often from Cornwall, but an excellent bit of fielding there on the boundary there by Kareem Gore, preventing the boundary, saving 2 runs for his team.
Now he's been asked to go all the way back on the boundary. Good end to the over, and at the end of it, Walsh has completed his 13th over and has picked up 1 for 88. And the score is 483 for the loss of 5 wickets. 119 overs completed in the game so far. And Trinidad and Tobago continue to pile on the runs, continue to make sure that they have a good score. And remember, in the games before this, they were able to win all of those 2 games by an inning. And so they would be fancying their chances here if they can get a good score in this first inning and they can bowl very well.
You know, Carlisle, I've been racking my brains and perhaps might have to do a bit of research. I wonder if any team has won 3 consecutive matches in regional cricket by an innings. Trinidad and Tobago has done it consecutively twice. Don't know if it has been done a 3rd time.
Two teams have 100% record in our 4-day competition. It was done by Barbados and it was done by the Leewards. I can't recall any other team doing that. I know that when the Leewards did it, that they did not get 3 consecutive wins by an inning. I can tell you that for certain, but we can do the research and get back to
that's
our
something
listeners.
to really look at.
Good delivery there from Louis, just touched down back of a length, and from over the wicket went straight across the left-hander. He played at it, missed it, and went through for Jamal Hamilton to take.
perhaps a bit of natural variation. The right-hander bowling to the left-hander, bowling outside the off stump and angling it across the left-hander and beating him. But really a good delivery indeed.
Beaten again. Touchdown just about on the line of the off stump and shifting away. Maybe just going on with the arm. And again he played at it. Again he missed it. And it went through low for Jamal Hamilton to take.
Seems to be struggling a bit there. His captain is calling for the physio. He's down on one knee. This seems to be hurt.
It's a problem that you normally experience with wicket keepers. I've seen some wicket keepers with some fingers which I would describe kindly as being crooked.
I wonder how kind that is, Carla. I hope you don't have a worse word to describe them, but kindly as being crooked. Rather interesting. But he seems to be in some distress out there. Jamal Hamilton, who has been doing an excellent job so far behind the stumps. He has had quite a bit of work to do. We have had some 119 overs. We are in over number 120. And Carlisle, that's a lot of work. And from time to time, you have seen the physio going out there in between innings at the water break and administering to Jamal Hamilton in the back region, so probably having some back issues. But this looks like a finger issue, and as the physio is working on his fingers, so play held up a bit, but 484 for 5 it is, and the Leeward Islands are really up against it at this point. But it continues to be a good track, and a lot will depend on how the Leeward Islands respond. And their first innings performance in particular is going to be very critical in this game.
And while we're at a break, we can update our viewers and listeners on the scores from around the region. Barbados, remember Jamaica made 231, and Jamaica making a fight of this. Barbados in reply, they're 240 for the loss of 7. 240 for 7 when last we checked. In the Windwards, CCC 216 and the Windwards 119 for the loss of 6 wickets. And in Guyana, it appears as if we haven't had any play for the day so far. We're seeing that there is a delayed start, and Guyana are still showing as 87 for 4. But at Warner Park, in bright sunshine and good conditions, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force having won the toss yesterday. They are 484 for the loss of 5. And at the crease is Jason Mohammed, who is not out on 166. And this being his 3rd century in his 3rd game for this season. Started a little bit late this morning because of morning showers. And so 11:30 start, went to lunch at 12:45. And this session is going to take us down until 3:40. And our late session will be from 4 until 5:30. Here is Louis, a delivery which is wide of the off stump, going through to the keeper as it is left alone by Pierre.
Match, of course, Carlisle in Guyana, I suppose, is a day-night match also.
Yes.
So there's still lots of time left in that one.
Not only that, Guyana would be fancying their chances against the academy. You know, they want to win, but especially when you come up against the less fancy teams, you want to make sure that you put those points in the bank.
Exactly, and this is one match they would not like to be rained out.
Good delivery from Louis, just back of a length, and brings Pierre forward defending. There are 2 slips in play now.
James got 31 from 30 deliveries Carlisle, but perhaps he might have been sent to do a job also to up the tempo. And 30 runs coming in very quick time. Perhaps Trinidad and Tobago looking to go just past that 1,000 runs that you spoke of.
Short delivery to bring up the end of the over. Pierre just ducked under it. And the score remains on 484 for 5. And so Da Silva back in the pavilion. But he had a very satisfactory knock of 152. And he went with the score on 373 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago going to launch at 395 for 4. Coming off 101 overs. Carrera retired on 22 with the score on 414 for 4. We haven't heard anything about his situation since. James was the batsman who replaced Carrera, and he was out caught by Gore off Walsh for 31. The score was then 467 for 5.
Players for Leeward's moving around rather slowly. It's been a long 2 days in the field for them. Not quite 2 days. We have lost some time. But nevertheless, they have been out there for ages. And when you look up at the scoreboard and you see 484 for 5, that makes the time seem to be even longer.
Hayden Walsh will continue from the far end. 1 for 88 from 13. And is bowling to Mohammed.
Only a bit better though since he picked up that 1 wicket.
Another half tracker. Played down to square leg by Mohammed. He will get another run. He was actually on 166, so this is run number 167. And it's 485 for 5. It's well bowled. Well flighted. And was defended away into the offside at extra cover. Well bowled, beautifully bowled. There is a loud shout. They thought that they had a catch at the wicket. Umpire Carl Tuckett thought otherwise.
One really bounced a bit to Carlisle, and perhaps the best delivery. Pass very close to the edge. Hamilton thought he had one, yes.
I'm going to take another look at that. They're convinced that they had it, but maybe my old eyes are not seeing right. There seemed to be a bit of delay between the bat and the ball.
They've been held up a bit. Hamilton certainly, from his body language, seemed to have been convinced.
Single down to the fielder coming off the cover boundary, and the score will move up to 486 for the loss of 5.
manager got a 50 boy. Can't manage it.
End of the over. Pierre is on 168. Trinidad and Tobago 487 for the loss of 5.
Yes, 487 for 5. At this rate, it seems as though the Trinidad and Tobago team, they're going to cross that 500 mark before the interval. What happens after that is left to be seen, because as I would have been saying earlier on, I would want to think that the Trinidad and Tobago team would like to have a crack at the Leeward Islands this afternoon. And of course there would be a sense of vulnerability about the Leeward Islands batting, because of course they'll be thinking in terms of surviving until the next day. So to me, it would be an opportune time for the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers to go at the Leeward Islands batsmen and try to prize out 1 or 2 wickets.
But you have to weigh that as against batting on and getting additional runs. Because yes, the bowling has not been consistently good by the Leewards, but the pitch has not assisted either. So I keep hearing people talk about putting in a team late and seeing if you can get a couple of wickets. But sometimes when the pitch is as flat as this, you have to wonder, is it worth it?
Well, it could be. It could be worth it if you are looking to win the match. You start the next day with the Leeward Islands on the back foot, but we have a bowling change here. Casey Carty, of course. Galilee, last time I heard, he was bowling medium pacers. Seems to be bowling some off spin now.
Single down to the fielder coming off the mid-wicket boundary. I give you one fact. The last time Trinidad and Tobago played here, they were bowled out for 137, which means that they're already 351 runs better than the last time they batted here. And that is impressive.
It is.
Not going to catch that. That's going for 6. Was a delivery which was pitched, angled into the pads of Mohammed. And he came forward and hit this one over wide, long on, and picked up 6 runs. So he has taken his total to 175. And the team score to 495 for 5.
Sun is shining, they say, make while the sun shines. The part-timer is on. And Mohammed capitalizing. Here he goes again.
6 more. And this is what you want to see from Jason Mohammed. He has been there batting for such an extended period of time that there is no question as to whether or not he's set. So you want to see him change gears. He has been traveling in either second gear, or every now and again he would go straight from second, as in this over, and straight up to 4th gear. But you want to see him do more than just rotate the strike, because he has had the opportunities where he can pick up additional boundaries for his team and try to force the pace of the game.
Yeah, and certainly the 1,000 runs coming up with that last 6, 501, it is now for 5. And changing gear could suggest that Trinidad and Tobago, they have thoughts of bowling sometime this afternoon. Quite some time left in the game still, Carlisle. So half an hour, 45 minutes at the Leeward Islands could be productive for Trinidad and Tobago. The thing is, going into bat, just so a few hours left in the day's play for the batsman, you know, they have the added pressure of knowing that they cannot really gain anything. They have more to lose than to gain batting at that time of the day. So that, of course, would be added pressure on the Leeward Islands. And who knows, you could pick up 2, you could pick up 3 wickets and really set them on the back foot. Of course, this is day number 2. Question to Carlisle, was Scotty a good choice to bring on at this point? You've had Kareem go, who's done a fairly good job. Henry has bowled for the Leewards. They're your regular bowlers.
Not too sure about the selection of Carty. But this is all in hindsight. If he had picked up a wicket, we would have said inspirational choice. But Kareem Agor did bowl well yesterday.
Yes, he did.
4 more runs to the score. As Mohammed continues on his merry way, he has gone to 185. And the score is 506 for the loss of 5.
Looking for a double?
Okay, just a little bit lax there. He did good work to get to that delivery, Joseph, and to field it and to knock it down. But then he ran on for an additional 5 paces, thinking that they would only take 1. Listen, this is cricket. And the batsmen originally wanted 2. So when they saw that he was being casual and off the ball, they came back for a good second run. 187 now to Mohammed.
Seems to be a bit more urgency about his batting at this point to Mohammed. So obviously there's a target in mind, whether in terms of overs or runs for Trinidad and Tobago. And when I say overs, I mean the number of overs they might want to bowl this evening. But just some 15 runs away from a double, Carlisle.
He's 115 runs away from a triple.
I don't think that's in question at the moment, though.
I like to see batsmen bat. Your job is to get runs. And so I'm never one of those persons who is worried about, is this batsman going to stay in? Your job is to stay in. You must bat. And if you're not the captain, you bat and you bat until the captain says, we have enough. You should now come in. Until then, you occupy the crease, you accumulate runs, and you help yourself and thereby help your team. So he's on 188 runs at the moment. And he should not be thinking about a double 100. He should be thinking, I am here until my captain signals for me to come. So I'll just keep batting, keep getting runs. And every run that he gets is also his team run. And so he would be helping his team if he helps himself to a huge score. Already, 188 is gone. He has gone past the 176 he made earlier.
Yes, certainly. And he could bring up the double in this over. Carty continues. And in the last over, Carty bowled, in fact, his first over also. He was struck for 2 sixes by Mohammed. Perhaps Carty has been doing some off spinning in the nets.
You said off spin, which suggests that you are seeing some signs of turn. I know he's bowling slow.
Well, we have not seen much turn from most of the bowlers.
6 more.
There's one, Carlisle. I predicted that he might bring up his double in this over. So there's number 1.
And this is just hit me bowling. Just some slow trundlers and
lollipops. You mentioned boycott today.
You have Jason Mohammed, who is on 188. And you bring on a bowler such as Carty, who had just gone for 2 sixes in the last over. You are suggesting to the batsman, listen, we are gifting you a double 100. We are giving you some soft, innocuous bowling so that you can get up to the landmark and hope that your team will take pity on us and declare. Because this really is friendly stuff.
And there are a number of bowlers out there who would not have bowled since the interval. Durham, he has been expensive, yes, but he has been picked to bowl. He has not had a spell. And like I said before, there's Gore. There's also Henry, who does a bit of bowling, but rather surprisingly opting to go for Carty. So this is not good cricket being displayed here by Raheem Cornwall and the Leeward Islands. And in fact, I want to say that they're prolonging the agony, but I don't know if they're trying to speed up the end. As you say, gifting some runs so that they could get off the field as quickly as possible. That's perhaps the only reason I could think that they would have brought on Carty. But I predicted the 12 runs could come in this over. Oh my goodness. What's that, a bouncer? Let's look at that again.
Yeah, he was advancing down the track and he saw him come in and just reverted to medium pace and bowled it short.
Yes. Carty, who would have done some medium fast bowling in the past. Now the umpires, they are going to have a look at the...
Can't be at the ball because this is a replacement ball. But Jackie Williams has strolled across to Carl Tuckett, who came in from square leg. More than likely Carl Tuckett spotted something and sharing the information with his umpiring partner. And we're ready to go again.
Speaking of Jackie Williams, he certainly has grown in leaps and bounds, Carlisle, as an umpire.
Short delivery, hit in the air, down to the fielder coming off the wide, long on position, they'll get a single.
They did not. He refused the single.
Oh, he refused the single?
He's looking for 6.
There was
probably
a single there for the taking.
Oh, yes, a single and a half.
Unless the captain has said to him, listen, we are declaring at the end of this over.
I want to think so also.
And an over is not going to make a huge difference in the scheme of things.
Exactly. Oh, he has opted to go off his longer run, or the run which is not so short.
Single takes him up to 195 and the score to 516 for 5.
Interesting. Carty switching from off spin to medium pacers. Probably a Gary Sobers in the making.
Four runs. Gifted. On the legs. Helped around the corner. Down to fine leg to bring up 4 runs. 520 for the loss of 5 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago. And so they continue on their merry way.
Yes, easy pickings there by Pierre. On the legs, they just worked it around the corner. Very fine. And the ball raced away for 4. So Leeward Islands really up against it at this point. And getting pretty close to tea time, Carlisle. So probably Trinidad and Tobago might be thinking in terms of declaring a tea, but we'll have to wait and see. Mohammed is on strike. He needs another 5 runs for his double. And Cornwall will continue. That's a boundary. And it will take him to 199. So just 1 run away. Swept down to a fine leg by Mohammed. And they get in another boundary. And now we see Cornwall calling in the fielders, looking to stop the single. Probably trying to prevent the double, but I think Mohammed would be thinking in terms of going over the top, though.
I always laugh at this because he greeted him and gifted him with Carty, where he was able to pick up, what, 20-something runs.
Exactly.
And then you're trying to prevent a single.
A single.
To get him to his double 100.
Like I
Fine
said...
shot.
Like I said, over the top and easy does it. 4 runs.
Well played to the young man. You have to give him all of the commendations which are due to a double 100, and especially coming off 2 single hundreds before this, one of which was 176 runs. So coming to Warner Park, and yes, the track has not been as supportive as the bowlers might have wished. But I'll tell you something, Earl. I sat on the bench as the manager of the Leewards for 4 consecutive seasons. And I cannot recall when I've last seen a Leewards team which is as flat in the bowling attack. Very uninspiring. Haven't seen a great deal of thought being put into the bowling to bring out the best efforts of the bowlers.
Well, I've not sat on the bench, Carlisle, but I've seen a lot of their matches. And I agree with you totally. And some changes, some tactics which are very questionable.
Coming up onto tea time, perhaps maybe we might squeeze in another over after this. And I have to apologize to Gary. Gary, I got so comfortable in front here that I stole your turn. So I didn't realize that the time... No? Okay. Okay, another short ball. Maybe a more frustrated ball than anything else. From Hayden Walsh. Went in and bowled a bouncer. I'll tell you who used to do that. You remember Ryan Hurley from Barbados, the off spinner?
Yes.
He used to bowl a deadly bouncer. It's the end of the over. Umpire Carl Tuckett has had a glance at his watch. Is he coming forward? Yes, he is. He's not even waiting on the square leg umpire. By his watch, it was tea time. And so he has taken off the bails and he has said, time, let's have tea. And the tea, Trinidad and Tobago, 529 for 5. And Jason Mohammed is on 204. And you have to say congratulations to the young man. He came out yesterday. At lunch, he was only on 9. At tea time, he had taken his score to 76. At the close of play yesterday, he had brought up 100. He had 104. By lunchtime today, he was on 132. And now that we have taken a delayed tea, Jason Mohammed is on 204. Well played to the young man. Well played to Trinidad and Tobago. They are 529 for 5. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes' time.
Not this trio.
No. Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Jaden got the closer guy.
Important things.
Important things,
nobody late. But like if it's dinner.
Casual, I think me, for sure. For
Jaden
sure.
cuts it
Yeah,
close.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Then between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
You see my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3.
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
Wait, you mean on a game?
No, but all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. What do you mean next?
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Drew.
What Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Drew do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Drew. Drew.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just...
He's make you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's make it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh, yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge.
For sure.
For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Scott. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best from Trinidad.
Casey
fresh when
Casey
you
always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need that.
That's the man, that's the man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
Ah, this is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who else gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there?
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that starts is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
Yeah. So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when it's not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes? Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience Test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know. to represent the region, as just said, and because I had friends who used to play cricket who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and we'll get the opportunity when they are short. And I know those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh? Win?
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. She's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Jewel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Jewel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing, and if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Jewel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tied with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressure because everyone expects me to, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, I really, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, my idol off the field, more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, that call was something that I always wanted to just be in a part of the CPL, because, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 50 in ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Alzari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional because, that's something that stands out and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. and just still learn as much as I can because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old. We could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old. But brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
And good afternoon from Waterpark once more. As the Leeward Islands, they get set to start their first innings in this match. And the Trinidad and Tobago team declaring at tea time at a score of 529 for 5 with Mohammed not out on 204. And we have had centuries from the captain, Karaya, who scored 152. As the first over is ball, he's taken on the pads, a loud appeal. And no response from umpire Carl Tuckett. But Mikhail Louis is the one in strike from CO, obviously going down the leg side. Would have missed the leg stump by a long way. But a good start there by Jaden Seals. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon to you, Smitten. Good afternoon to our listeners. Good start by Jaden Seals, the delivery right up, but struck the batsman on the pad and obviously going down the onside. So they have started 3 slips and the gully. They're scoring 529 runs. Certainly we want to put pressure on the batting team.
This one played to short mid-wicket. And you said 3 slips in the gully, and the only fielder in boundary saving position is a long leg right back on the boundary. But you have the 3 slips, the gully, you have the backward point, you have extra cover. And there's also mid-off, so predominantly an offside field. In fact, as I've said that now, one of the slips has been taken out, been placed into a short mid-wicket. There's also a mid-on now in place. So it's now 2 slips in a gully. A bit surprising, Gary. No run on the board as yet. Louis defending though. Would have thought that at least for the first over, we know the track is very docile, but at least for the first over, they would have kept the 3 slips in place.
Well, maybe he's thinking that the fact that you have not seen so much lateral movement, that 2 slips would be adequate, because you don't want to have, don't want to give them easy runs as well, because they would have a yawning gap on the onside, and that is why the captain decided that he will at least plug that gap and keep 2 slips. So instead of the gully, so you have 3 slips, and the gully has been removed, so you have a point, extra cover, and the mid-off.
Seals. Good delivery. That one move back into the batsman. So Seals getting some slight movement there, Gary. The Leeward Island fast bowlers, they were not getting too much movement.
Yeah, he's getting movement back in towards the right-handed Mikhail Louis, but Louis has to be careful. He seems to be falling over, falling over to the right, moving over to the right side. So he has to be, I think he needs to be more upright and more sturdy. He seems to be falling over. He has to be careful.
Seals. Nicely played, but to point, and well fielded by Pierre. So no run.
So the Leewards would want to get a good start by these 2. The opener, other opener is Kadim Henry. He would want to, and Mikhail Louis, they would want to. I think the first option would want to bat the first half an hour for sure, and then maybe bat until the end of the play. But you have to take it one delivery at a time, or over by over. Try and get yourself set. Don't look too far ahead.
They have 31 overs in which to bat this evening. movement back into the batsman once more. He plays it into the onside. The run is scored. The over comes to an end. So the end of the first over. It's a good start there for Seals, the maiden over. And in reply to 529 for 5, Leeward's yet to get off the mark. Karim Henry has had scores of 48, 24, 21 and 25 for the season so far. So he has had starts, not being able to get a half century as yet. And he takes strike now. And it would be Anderson Phillip to open the bowling from the media center end. Both of these two bowlers would have represented both opening bowlers, that is, would have represented the West Indies before. So a very strong bowling lineup. And interestingly, we see Karaya. He's on the field. Remember, we retired hurt, but he's out there. So the Trinidad and Tobago would have their full complement of bowlers out in the middle at the moment. So similar feel. In fact, there's a gully in place for Phillip. Down the onside and goes down towards fine leg. They should get a run. We'll wait for the signal from umpire Jacqueline
Should
Williams.
be a leg by.
Comes now. It's a leg by. So Leeward's off the mark. 1 for no loss. Red Force. I'm not too good at colors, but at one point the colors on the uniform of the Red Force, it looks a bit orange, but I suspect that's red. Turned into the onside by Louis for his first run, just backward of square. And he's off the mark. It's not what you could describe as a red.
No, you're correct. From this vantage point, at least the numbers on the shirt and the color under the arm look a bit oranges, but as I said, I guess maybe it's from this distance and the shade of the red. Okay, you know, the colors of that the Red Force normally uses red and black in terms of the uniform. So we're assuming that is a shade of red that they're using on the uniform.
Well played there by Karim Henry. Good delivery from Phillip, Anderson Phillip.
Good steady bowling. In fact, we saw the first over from Seal where he got the ball to jog back in towards the right-handed Michael Louis. And now we see Anderson Phillip is also bowling a good steady line. He had the first two delivered on the onside, but he has come back onto the off-stump. So that is what you want from your opening bowlers. You want to keep the batsman playing.
The length to Gary has been different to what we saw from Louis, for example. More back of a length, not too short. This one is a bad one though. Going down the onside.
So the Red Force certainly would want to pick up a couple of wickets before the end of the day's play. As you indicated, we have some 31 overs at the start of the Leeward Islands innings. So we're in the second over, so some 29 overs remaining after this. And we're suspecting that we'll see a number of the overs will be bowled by the spinners.
Yes, you could expect to see Pierre, for example, into the attack fairly early if there's no success from the opening bowlers. Played up to mid-on by Henry. Goes straight to Seals, station there, and no run. The over comes to an end. So we have had 2 overs completed and scored 2 for no loss, the Leewards. And this is in reply to 529 for 5 declared, made by Trinidad and Tobago.
That last delivery was pitched up on the center leg stump. I thought maybe Kadeem Henry could have pushed it more. He just pushed it down to mid-on. I thought it was a loose delivery in my estimation. And I mean, when you get deliveries to be hit, I think you should have been able to dispatch that to the boundary.
Well, not capitalizing. It was there to be put away and not capitalizing. And the Leeward Island batsmen, they would have to be careful. They would not want to be going into their shells. Turned nicely into the onside by Louis for a single. They'll need to do a lot more of this, Gary. They'll need to try and rotate the strike, walk the ball into the gaps and not get bogged down. Louis, of course, the more experienced of the 2 batsmen out there.
So Louis, I'm certain that he would want to get amongst the runs in this match.
Yes, sir. Certainly.
You would remember his exploits last year, but last year is gone. This is a different year.
Certainly.
And you want to come and start again and make some runs.
Thing too with Louis is that he has the weight of expectation on his shoulders. Having done so well last year, you know, people, they're expecting him to do very well every time he goes to the crease. He has been there 2 times in the last match and he got scores of 4 and 8. So not getting to double figures in any of those innings. He played against Jamaica. So he would be hoping to get looking to get some runs here on this Warner Park track. Seals. And this one is struck through the offside. Lovely shot. Driven through the offside up to the cover boundary by Henry for 4. That's a good shot.
Well, it was short and he gave himself room and just punched it into the offside. Not the classical cover drive, but he got good bat on it. And he got it down towards the boundary for 4.
Found the gap well too. Yes, it was short, but you have to put them away. And he did a very good job too, just playing it between point and cover and down to the boundary for 4. Defense this time. Of course, you can only play what's in front of you. And if a bowler serves up, we have seen too often players not being able to put away bad deliveries. In fact, in the previous over, Gary would have said that he got one over pitch which he should have put away. And he did not, but this time he capitalized on a shorter delivery. Perhaps he favors the shorter deliveries. And he put it away quite nicely. So it's now 7 for no loss Leewards. 5:29 for 5. Oh my goodness, he's leaving one alone just outside the half stump, but he would tell you that was a very good bit of judgment by himself. Until it went to the keeper.
I think that one would have passed over the off stump. We'll look at it just outside the off stump.
Just outside.
Good judgment, but you have to learn to cover your off stump.
Well, he seemed to have done so.
I don't think the off stump was there.
We could have another look at that. Could have another look at that one, but
the off stump was right there. Look.
Yes,
right
you're correct. That foot came across after the ball had gone through. You're quite correct. So another over comes to an end. And Leewards chasing 529 runs, 529 for 5 declared, 7 without loss.
Another good steady over there from the experience. West Indies speedster Seals getting the ball to Jangba from outside the off stump. And Karim Henry probably would tell you that he had good judgment, even though he has not been able to cover the off stump. He probably knows that the ball was going to just pass outside the off stump. But good bowling, but Karim Henry would have to be careful. You have to cover that off stump, because if you get the ball to come back a little bit more, if you pitch it a little closer to that off stump and coming back in towards him, he could find himself in trouble.
Oh, yes, certainly. And I'm not too sure if it was good judgment on his part, not really covering his off. But it's Philip who rushes in, and this is pushed into the offside. Quiet start by the Leeward Islands. And what they would need, the Leeward Islands, is a very good start if they are to get anywhere close to this 529 runs scored by Trinidad and Tobago. Top score of 204 not out by Mohammed. And what a massive average he has so far. Louis defense. I think the challenge though for the Leeward Island batsmen would be when the spin bowlers, Pierre, for example, Carrera comes into the attack.
Yes, that will certainly test the ability of the Leeward's batters. Still a good batting strip. We have not seen much turn, and the Leewards will be hoping that will continue. But with the experience of Carrie Pierre, who has done well so far, I'm sure he will look to extract some turn out of this pitch.
Nicely pushed into the offside for a single by Louis. And I think it's not just about turn, but it's also about variation and guile and smarts by the bowler to get the most out of this track. And the Pierre, of course, very experienced bowler. It's been around for some time now for Trinidad and Tobago. Has already picked up some 21 wickets in this year's tournament. And that's only in 2 matches. Defended by Henry. Goes up to mid-on. Leewards need a very good start here, though. They need a big opening partnership from these two. See the fielder down on the long leg boundary warming up. Turned down to long leg, just a single. Looks like Mohammed down there. And Mohammed, of course, had a long knock, came not out 204. And so I'm down there doing some stretching. Must be a bit sore.
And must be fit as well, because at his age, batting for so long, and he's still able to come out at the start of the Leeward's reply. Speaks to his fitness.
Most definitely. He looked good for another 100. Carlisle was suggesting that he was 115 runs short of a triple. But certainly looked fit to go on. Over comes to an end though. And we have had some 4 overs completed and just 8 runs on the board for the Leewards.
So the opening bowlers for the Red Force team certainly keeping things tight. The opening batters for the Leewards as well. They've been quiet. They've been looking at the bowling and trying to be tight. But you just don't want to be tight without trying to get the singles. And I do believe, looking at Mikhail Louis, maybe he can get the ball off of him a little bit more rather than just looking to block. Yes, some spaces on the field that I'm sure you can get some singles.
So it's Henry who faces Seals. Drives, but straight to mid-off. Rather extravagant looking shot. Rather flamboyant, but straight to the man.
It was timed well. It went quickly down to the fielder at mid-off. That looks like, is it Anderson Phillip. And he fielded well, so no run.
Defended there by Karim Henry. Yeah, we see you looking at towards the east. The say Wiseman came from the east, of course.
Some dark clouds hovering in the east, not threatening as yet. But
no, I don't think they're that threatening at this point. But nevertheless, we have some clouds building. We're hoping that they stay away. Certainly we have been getting quite a bit of rain in recent times. Pushed into the offside by Henry. But the Trinidad and Tobago opening bowlers, they've shown good control so far. We have not seen them serve up too many bad deliveries. Hardly any bad deliveries. Of course, there's been a few wide of leg stump, but not deliveries that you could easily score off. So more disciplined approach here by the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers compared to that of the Leeward Island bowlers. Louis in particular, this one is driven square. Back for the second run as return goes on the bounce to the keeper, the silver, and 2 more to the score.
the intention by the bowler was very good because the previous deliveries were short of a good length, coming back in towards the right, and this time he went up to look for the Yorker. It was a bit off target on centre and leg stump, and batsman Henry got back on it. I was able to get 2 runs into the onside. So good thinking by Newton Seals coming from the far end.
Magic figure, of course, for the Leeward Islands, 529 runs. And they would be hoping to get as close to these runs as possible. Seals bowls a good delivery, but Henry picks up the line and allows it through. And it's taken by the silver. It really jagged back a bit from outside off, but went past the off stump.
I think this one might have gone over the off stump if you look at it closely. Yeah. Came back after they passed the off stump.
And a bit of a cast, as Gary said. Some clouds gathering, but nothing threatening at the moment. We hope it stays that way. Play scheduled to end at 5:30 this evening. Pushed into the onside, quick single, and easily taken in the end. So Trinidad and Tobago 529 for 5. And we had Cooper, was like before, to Durham for 14. Mohan, who scored Walsh bowled Cornwall for 22. And as another over comes to an end. And we had Jango, he was caught Joseph bowled Cornwall 60. And today, the second day, those wickets fell yesterday. And today we had them losing the silver, who was leg before to Cornwall for 152. And Karaya, he had to retire. Seemed to have some issues with his shoulder. He retired on 22.
Lovely shot there by Henry, a ball on the off stump, and he pushed it just through the mid-off area to the right of the mid-off and down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, good 4 there to Henry. And that brings up his second boundary. And that, of course, takes him on to 12, and Louis on 2. So it's now 16 for no loss, but seems to be getting a bit darker, Gary. We're keeping our fingers crossed. But it's Anderson Phillip. Flicked off the pads nicely. That's a good shot. 4 more.
That is exactly what he should have done to the last delivery of his first over. On the pads, and he whipped it to the onside for 4. No, normally Leeward's batters are normally good off the pads, Earl. And
Oh yes, traditionally.
And that was whipped nicely into the onside for 4.
Traditionally. Is that rain over Nevis, Gary? Looks like it's raining there.
We're not seeing Nevis Peak, so on the east and the northern section of the islands might be having some rain, and hopefully it doesn't come this side. But it's getting progressively darker here at Warner Park.
Yeah, most definitely. As Phillip goes in, and Henry's behind that one. Kadeem Henry fence. So he has struck 3 4s so far. He's on 16. And it's 20 for no loss. So starting quietly. But they're still there, both of these. And we see Pierre loosening up. So as anticipated, I don't think it's going to take too long before we see him into the attack. But Anderson Phillip. This one is pushed down to the point region where Pierre fields and there's no run.
So Phillip, or Henry so far has been able to make use of most of the bad deliveries or the offline deliveries from Phillip. And you see a picture in the distance, just beyond the stands in the south. And the clouds continue to gather.
I think though, Gary, back to Henry, he has had starts so far this season, and what the Leeward Islands would like to see is that he goes on, he makes full use of these stats, 48, 24, 21, 25. No half centuries yet.
So he has a good pitch here to make a big half century or even a century. He just need to put his head down and bat sensibly.
Yes, and not just a good pitch, but quite some time. It's very difficult to see the Leeward Islands winning this match from this position. They would have to do a lot of batting to get close to 525. Henry defends back to the bowler. So, opportunity for him. We are coming towards the end of day 2, so another 2 days left in this game. And even if Lee was back the whole of tomorrow, Gary, I don't see them getting too close to that 500 runs.
Yes, and you look in the distance, see the clouds, the grey clouds in the distance. That's Nevis in the background. Nevis Peak is not visible. That's the Southeast Peninsula. So the over has been completed. The first 2 deliveries were struck for 4, but the final 4 deliveries in the over, Phillip was able to keep Henry quiet.
Seals will continue. Bowls one outside the off stump to Louis.
That was a teaser. He just floated up a slower delivery on the off stump, hoping that Louis would have taken the bait, but he didn't.
Much too wide for Louis to go after that one. But nevertheless, as you rightly said, a teaser. Of course, as a batsman, you always have to have your wits about you, especially a frontline batsman. known to some as the soccer ball. You float it up outside the off stump and try to force the batsman into error. But Louis, in his second season, many would think that he has been around for a long time, but this is just his second season. And he gets in behind one and defends well.
So imagine after one season of making runs, you're able to force your way into the West Indies team. Years gone by, you play season in, season out performing, and were not able to get into the West Indies team.
No, you had to really fight your way. And at times you never got in at all. You continue to be productive, but you will never get in. But it just shows how things have progressed over the years. The downward trend in the quality of batsmen we have around outside the off stump. Not taking anything away from the batsmen we have, but we have limited supply these days. Not much competition.
So as soon as a batsman makes some runs, you're thinking the next step is to play for West Indies.
Mackenzie, for example, you could take, for example, Mackenzie from Jamaica. I don't think that he would have made a first-class 100 when he got into the West Indies team and that tour to Australia. He didn't survive for that long. Nicely played. All time in, pushed into the extra cover region, 4 runs to Louis. Lovely shot. His first boundary.
Excellent. Just came forward and pushed it through extra cover. Beautifully timed as well. And it went down towards the boundary for 4. So that should give his confidence a great deal of good.
And that's the Louis we know. He's coming forward and easing it into the boundary for 4. So that would take him to 6. It's now 24 for no loss. Seals perhaps over pitching a bit that time. This one is outside the off stump, and there's no shot offered. At the end of this over, Carlisle Powell will join you, Gary.
That's your aircraft leaving RLB Smitten? That's your plane?
Not even paper planes I made, Gary. Are owned. Certainly not. These days, on the international scene, quite a number of aircrafts have been going down. Nicely played. This should be another 4. Opening the face of the bat and angling it between a backward point and cover and down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. So 4 more to Louis. The over comes to an end. And it's 28 for no score.
So a good shot to bring up the end of the over. And at the end of that over, so the bowler seals applauding Mikhail Louis for maybe getting in, scoring 2 4s, 2 boundaries in that over, because he would have bowled at a couple of deliveries just outside the off stump to tease the batter, and he was successful with the last delivery. The last ball of the over was able to get another 4. So with those 2 4s, the total has gone on to 28, and Mikhail Louis is on 10. Karim Henry, who has also struck a couple of boundaries, is on 16, 28 without loss. As a welcome back, Carlisle.
2 pleasing shots in the over there by Mikhail Louis. And the one thing you can observe very early on is that the bowlers from Trinidad and Tobago have been bowling at a much fuller length. They've been asking the batsmen to play, and they've had to play. We have seen a change in bowling from this end.
Joshua James. So there's a change of bowling from the media center end. So instead of spin, we're seeing Joshua James has replaced Anderson Phillip from the media center end. 28 without loss from 7 overs. So they're scoring at just about 4 runs per over. So there was 2 boundaries in that last over. And I think the previous over as well, 2 fours were struck by Henry. So four boundaries coming in the last 2 overs has taken a total up to 28. So Joshua James has replaced Phillip, and he'll be going to bowl to Henry. Henry is on 16. As you would have heard, he would have gotten some starts for the season. So he would want to carry on. This is a good batting strip here at Warner Park. We're in the final session of the day's play. Play started at 11:30 because of some early morning showers. And at the start of the day, he had a minimum of 76 overs. He were forced to clear the first innings total at 529 for 125 overs faced, 204 not out to Mohammed. So they decided to declare a T. And so the Leewards, that would mean that the Leewards would have a minimum of 31 overs to bat this afternoon, light permitting. And we have already seen some 7.2 overs been bowled. And the Leewards, they have made their progress to 28 without loss. Mikhail Louis is on 10, and Kadeem Henry is on 16. As the sun comes back through the clouds in the dying stages of the second day's play. Joshua James is in his first over, and there was Henry, shoulder in the arm, so delivery outside the off stump, taken behind by the keeper. Joshua James is not as nippy as Seals or even Anderson Phillip, but he's just keeping a good line just outside that off stump.
Very. Just outside the line of the off stump and asking the batsmen to make a decision.
So the Leewards will be hoping that these openers can bat until the end of the day's play. You have 2 slips on the gully. That's a nice shot down to mid-on, but Seals moving to his left. Just coming forward, that's Henry. So Henry would want to carry on Carlisle after some fairly good starts. You want to make a big one here on this placid pitch. 28 without loss, it over number 8. So 23 overs remaining after this. Unless we get the spinners into the attack quickly, it will be difficult to get in 20 overs. It's about 22 minutes to 5 o'clock. And normally the normal over rate is about 13-14 overs per hour. And we're just about maybe an hour's play remaining. We have 21 overs, so 23 overs remaining. And James is in his first over to bowl to Henry. Getting a delivery, looking to swing into the onside. Didn't get up as much as he probably anticipated. Looking to swing it through back corner square, missed it. And taken behind by the keeper to bring up the end of that first over from Joshua James. A maiden, as a matter of fact. 28 without loss, the Leewards.
Bit of a naughty shot there from the batsman Kadeem Henry, in that he was looking for the ball to make a lot more height. But you notice from the Leewards inning, when they bowled, that in order for the ball to get that kind of bounce, it has to be a lot shorter. And this one was fuller. James is a big unit, but he doesn't have the pace of the other bowlers.
So Jaden Seals will continue from that far end. 4 overs, none for 16. Bowling to Mikhail Louis, who is on 10. So there are 2 slips, is a gully point. So there are 6 fielders on the offside, 3 on the on. And Seals has been getting a delivery to jack back in towards the right-handed batsman, Mikhail Louis. And so Louis, I'm sure, is mindful of the fact that he needs to make some runs. He has a good platform, a good pitch in which to bat, in which to perform. He's on his home ground. Jaden Seals would want to prevent that. He's coming in from the Lozak Road end. And onto the front foot, we get a single, pushed into the offside, and they will come back for a second run because the fielder carry pair running away to his right from point, tried to stop it with his boot, missed it, went behind him and had enough time to come back for 2. A delivery which was on the off stump, and the batsman Mikhail Louis just coming into the front foot and was able to pick up 2 runs.
A little bit indifferent in terms of the fielding. He's a left-hander. That ball was on his left side, but he just decided to go with his foot and missed it. Gave the Leewards an additional run. Louis would not complain. He has moved on to 12.
30 without loss. The Red Force made 529 to a double century, not out by the experienced Mohammed. Captain also made a 152. Good delivery outside the off stump. Mikhail Louis might have just played inside the line of that delivery. Realized on the last over when Sales was struck for 4, he was applauding Mikhail Louis. Don't know if he's applauding because of a good shot or applauding because he's trying to lure him into a false sense of security.
Or because they play together at the higher level.
That could be true as well. Seals will continue from that far end. 30 without loss to Leewards. You have 2 slips and the gully.
Nice,
good
nice.
Shot, good flowing off drive. This came forward. That's Mikhail Louis and played it to the left of the fielder at extra cover and goes down towards the boundary for 4. So he has been playing those good flowing off drive. Another boundary to Mikhail Louis.
Everything good about that shot. His head was right over the line of the delivery, and the left elbow was high, and he found the gap and got 4 beautiful looking runs there to Mikhail Louis. And this would be saying to him, Mikhail, you're not out of form. You just need to spend some time at the crease.
Just as Jason Mohammed did. He batted for a very long time. He was the fielder, the person that extra covered. The ball went to his left. It was a bit late in getting down, went through him and down towards the boundary for 4. So Sale will try once more from that far end. 34 without loss. Delivery just on about the off stump, and Mikhail Louis just watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper.
Sales is a good bowler, Gary. He's bowling at a fuller length. And when you have the cushion of 529 runs, you can't be afraid of bowling a little fuller and inviting the drive, because that is how you're going to get the batsman to nick off. You're not going to get him to nick off even when you're bowling halfway down the pitch. And so with that cushion, he's bowling fuller. I like the look of Sales.
Yes, he has been given Mikhail Louis a couple of deliveries outside the off stump, teasing him, encouraging him to go after it. He has not fallen for the bait as yet, as Sales will come into bowl to Louis with a delivery on the off stump, keeping a bit low. He allows it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. Over number 9 have been completed, 34 without loss. The Leewards, in reply to the Red Force, 529 for 5 declared.
Starting off well so far in response to 529. And as I indicated, the faster bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago are bowling at a fuller length. And Sales on occasion has gotten the ball to come back in to the right-handed batsmen who are out there. But the trick is, it's not a great deal to work with. They have to put in major efforts.
Yes, and Sales has been doing that. So did Alzari Joseph when he bowled for the Leewards. Joseph had some 21 overs, 3 maidens or none for 51. Joshua James, who replaced Anderson Phillip, is continuing from the steam media center end. And there is Henry just clipping it into the onside, down towards the fielder. That's Jason Mohammed coming across to his left from long leg. Not a single. With that single, the total has gone on to 35. without loss at the start of over number 10. So the Leewards will be hoping that these two can bat until the end of the day's play. They have 31 overs when they started. They have already faced 9 of those. We're in over number 10. Joshua James to bowl to Louis, thinking about the single, but the fielder is coming in from extra cover and there's no chance of a run, so no need to rush it. Good batting strip, and I'm sure that Louis is aware of that. This is his home turf. He knows the Warner Park strip, so he wouldn't want to give his hands away. Kadeem Henry out of Antigua. I'm sure he would have played cricket as well. He's familiar with the pitch here at Warner Park. And we're seeing the groundsmen making their way around to the covers. That's always a sign that there's something lurking in the east. And so the Leewards would want to keep the wickets intact. Joshua James is bowling from the media center end, 35 without loss, and they are coming off as a matter of fact. So the umpires realizing that the rains might be coming in and the covers have been signaled onto the field of play, so we'll be breaking for a few minutes as 35 without loss. The rain seems to be coming down, so it's 5:47 or 4:47. And so the players are making their way off, and this is not the first time for this match. The players are making their way off. In the first day they had to go off because of smoke. Smoke would have stopped play, but this time around the rain is coming in, and the umpires have signaled the ground staff to bring the covers onto the field of play. So play has been suspended with the Leewards after 9.3 overs. They are 35 without loss. Mikhail Lowe is on 16 and Kadeem Henry is on 17. That is in reply to the Red Force total of 529 for 5 declared. And we tell you that Mohammed made 204 not out. Captain De Silva 152 and 60 going to Jango, and Cornwall for the Leewards got 3 for 127. So play has been suspended because of a little drizzle here at Warner Park. So we will take a break with the Leewards 35 without loss after 9.3 overs.
James bowls one right up in the block hole to Louis, who digs it out. And of course that tells you that we are back in action after a rain delay. Play, we are told, we are told that another 12 overs remains in the day's play. How much of that we'll get, we'll have to wait and see. But it's 35 for no loss to Leewards, going after 529. Louis defending. But Gary, another 12 overs. 12 overs normally take close to an hour.
Yes, they'll be here until 6:30.
Well,
they'll have a turn on the lights.
Obviously. So we just have to wait and see what transpires. That's at a 5:30 start, but I realize that they've gone just a bit ahead of that 5:30.
They could have started at 5:15 because nothing happened after 5:10. It's just that the covers came off.
Pulled nicely by Louis, 4 runs. That's a good shot. 2 short from James. Not getting up very much, but Louis swiveled into his wicket and pulled it through mid-wicket for 4.
Good shot. Bad delivery must be punished. He did that. I was able to get another boundary. So with that shot, the total has gone on to 39. And Louis has gone on to 20. He has faced some 29 deliveries. And Kadeem Henry is on 17 from 31. That over has been completed. And as expected, Carey Pear will be brought into the attack from that far end.
So of course would speed up things a bit. James of course having to complete his over. And with the advent of Carey Pear, we expect that we might be out of here before 6:30, hopefully. Sounds like a 7 o'clock boat for you guys, Gary.
Well, it seemed that way, but we'll wait and see what will happen.
But Leeward's going after 529. Another, we just started the completion of 1 over, so I suspect that there's still 12 overs left in the day's play. And we have had 10 overs so far. Originally, Leeward's had 31 overs to bat. Now the Silver is having some words.
I would have thought that the Trinidad team would have tried to get into position quickly to get in as many overs as possible, but it seemed to be taking a long time to get the field set and to get things sorted.
Seems to be some issue. There's a discussion going on between the umpire, the captain. You see Karaya going towards the...
As a matter of fact, it's drizzling. It is drizzling.
And they're looking for helmets.
Oh, yes. Well, Carl has got it right. Keeper must have a helmet. I think that's the problem, Carla. You got it right. Mandatory that a wicket keeper, once you're keeping up to the stumps, you must wear a helmet. If you're at forward short leg or silly point, you must wear a helmet. But, as said, drizzling. And the groundsman heading towards the covers. So, in fact, play held up, covers being, what's happening? A bit of indecision out there. Umpires are conferring. And drizzling slightly. Seems as though it stopped, but there's another build-up of clouds in the southeastern section. And I suspect we'll get another drizzle before long. Not before long, but I could be wrong. So stop start there. And the Silver has his helmet, so we are ready to go again. But Gary, the regulations would have changed last year. And once you are close to the bat, in the field. Well, apart from being at slips, but foul short leg, silly point, and wicket keeper. Once he's up to the stumps, you must wear a helmet. Play starts well, right on target. 21 wickets for the season so far. That's out a 7-wicket haul and an 8-wicket haul. So he's in very good bowling form. Certainly brightening up a bit. This one is outside the off stump to Henry. And you know, they always say that you don't know how good or bad a pitch is until both teams have either batted or bowled in it. Fuller length delivery there to Henry, but he keeps it out. Played back to the bowler this time. Apart from a good line and good length, nothing untowards happening in this over so far for Pierre. Of course, this is his first over. And this one comes from the outer portion of the bat and goes down to short third man for Mohan to field. So it's Spear to Henry outside, off, left alone. And first over of spin comes to an end. It's a maiden over also.
So the over has been completed. So as expected, Carey Pierre bowling from that far end. And it seems as though Joshua James will be continuing from the media center end. So we're not seeing spin from both ends. And so James will continue. The Leewards would want to keep the wickets intact, 39 without loss from 11 overs. So we still have, according to the umpires, that we had 12 overs remaining in the day's play. I've had 1 over, 1 full over being completed. So we just have 11 more overs remaining in the day's play, if lights permit.
James, Lewis defending. Couple tourist ships still in the harbour. .39 it is for no loss. Trinidad and Tobago scored 529 for 5 declared. 204 not out by Mohammed. Top score. And the captain getting 152. The captain, the silver. So Trinidad and Tobago searching for a breakthrough. Pretty certain that having declared at tea time, they would have been hoping that they would have picked up a couple of wickets, but we would have had an interruption. The Leewards have started well also, and as Louis defends. And so far, so good for the Leeward. It shows that there's not much in the track. We've had just 1 over of spin from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Pierre. Light fading a bit. And played straight back up the track. No run. Seals is moving across and fielding. My co-commentator Gary here rehearsing a few defensive shots, perhaps in relation to the way Louis is defending.
I still think he can get the ball off him a bit more. I think he's playing, the bat face is almost parallel to the pitch when he's coming forward. You need to be able to get the ball off him.
Well, he waits, turns it into the onside. Should get at least one. Charging back for the second run as Henry, who had dropped his bat at the far end, was not interested in the second run. And Louis had to make his way back.
That's the last thing Louis would want to do, is to give away his hand by giving his wicket away in terms of being run out. And you don't want to be run out on a pitch that is so placid here at the Warner Park. So you have to be careful.
Exactly, and he has gotten a start. He's on 21. Henry is on 17. They've posted 40 for no loss so far, these two. And the risk, not worth it. So, started fairly slowly, these two, but would have picked up the tempo a bit as we have another over from James coming to an end.
Just 1-1 coming from that over. So the previous over from Caribbean was a maiden. So the last 2 overs, just 1 run being scored. And that should not be a bother for the Leeward's batters. All they want to do is to try and bat the remaining overs and come back tomorrow and start afresh.
Yes, and they're not looking in any trouble so far. 2 batsmen have looked rather comfortable at the crease. Granted, of course, we have had only 1 over of spin from Pace so far. And, of course, he was looking to get his line and length right. And he comes in now with his second over. There's a slip in place, a backward point cover. Just about halfway to the boundary. Short extra cover, wideish mid off. Mid on short, mid wicket forward short leg and 1 slip. And there's a man at deep backward square. And he's bowling to Louis. Louis is facing him for the first time. Plays it back up on the offside. I see Yannick Karai down on the backward square boundary warming up. Don't know if the captain would bring him into the attack shortly. Louis defends. So, very critical part of this game. The Leewards would like to go to bed this evening without losing a wicket, as this one is pushed up to cover. Easy single. As it was fielded there by Mohammed, Jason Mohammed. He's at cover. Cloud approaching us a bit. Certainly after excellent weather, after the early morning showers, the weather certainly has changed a bit this afternoon. As the left-handed Caribbean bowls to Henry, who picks up the line outside the off stump and allows it through. 41 for no loss. Louis 22. Henry is on 17. Very strong offside field. In fact, there's another man placed at short extra cover. And he's forward.
I think this is the time that Caribbean should be teasing the batters with some flight to delivery. Dying stages. You want to tease the batsman, test their temperament.
Certainly agree with you, Gary. And attempting them to go over the top, of course, and perhaps bringing an error. End of the over though. Red Force 599 for 5. Mohammed 204. The silver 152. Jango 60. Cornwall 3 for 127. Durham 1 for 124. And the Walsh 1 for 108. So, as expected, Yannick Carrera comes into the attack, and he would be bowling from the Paul Southwell media center end, and he's bowling right arm leg spin. Trial by spin now for the Leeward Island openers.
And it's raining on the southeast peninsula, Smitten. Rain is coming across.
And I would have anticipated another brief shower or two arriving here at Warner Park, but we'll have to wait and see. Karaya, who is driving into the offside square cover and gets a single.
No ball has been signaled by umpire Williams.
What about changing the no ball rule for 4-day and test cricket? Free hit. Well, you know that was brought into the white ball game to create a bit of excitement, but was never instituted into first-class cricket or test cricket, for that matter. Oh, that's a good one. Beating the batsman outside the off stump. Slight deviation there from the bowler. We look at it again. Touchdown or outside off, and just spinning slightly away from the batsman and beating the outside edge. Good thing is that the batsman didn't follow the ball. He just played the line. And this one goes through to the keeper. Groundsman at alert, waiting at the southern section of the ground. This one is going down towards fine leg. We'll wait and see if there's any signal from the umpire. Yes, it's 2 leg byes, in fact, 2 added to the score, and the score now goes to 45 for no loss. Look out towards Nevis. In fact, we are not seeing Nevis. And obviously it's raining in that direction. 5:43. Groundsman getting ready as this one is defended. Perhaps it's starting to drizzle a bit out there.
It's raining in Bird Rock as well. It's already started to rain in Bird Rock, so the groundsmen are getting ready.
So, as I would have anticipated, bowls. This one goes past the batsman down the leg side through to the keeper. The groundsman unfolds. In fact, they're coming on with the covers. And will we have another 12 overs after this? Another 10 overs after this? I doubt it very much. And I suspect that might be it for the day's play. It's becoming a bit steadier now. The rain coming down a bit steadier. But the position here at Warner Park, Trinidad and Tobago, 529 for 5 declared. Leewards in response. They're 45 for no loss, with Henry on 17 and Mikhail Louis on 23. Not out. So that's the latest position with the rain coming down. And I suspect that might be it for the day's play. But I'm not the umpire, as the cover is dragging some of the groundsmen across the field. And that's the cover that normally covers the centerpiece, the center pitch. But the rain's certainly coming down now. But that's the latest position here at Warner Park. And Dylan will take a short break. I don't know if we'll be back for any cricket, but we'll take a break nevertheless.